Chapter 1766, People of Extraordinary Ability. Lu Yuntian asked, "Brother Ing, what's wrong?" Everyone gazed at Ing Qing. Ing Qing spoke furiously. "Everyone, I have to return to my clan." Lu Yuntian was puzzled. "Why?" Ing Qing replied, "Because Yang Yi is attacking." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot, and the other experts from the Ing clan vanished with him. Yang Yi is attacking? All of them were stunned. How could he dare to attack the Ing clan? Is he abandoning Heaven Void Continent? The others exchanged glances. The experts of the Ing clan were gone, so what should they do now? That was the problem that plagued them right now. Even though the Ing clan was gone, they could still crush the Yang clan. However, besides Yang Yi, the Yang clan still had Yang Lianshuang. She wasn't any weaker than Yang Yi. To attack or not to attack? Suddenly, the space before them trembled slightly, and then a woman in a black dress appeared before them. It was the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Lianshuang. A trace of vigilance appeared on their faces when they saw her. Yang Lianshuang glanced at them and smiled. "Since all of you are here on my continent, aren't you going to come down and have a seat? We don't have much, but we can still offer you a cup of tea." All of them gazed at her in silence. Yang Lianshuang continued, "Looks like you're exercising a great amount of vigilance towards my Yang clan. Don't worry, there's no ambush down there, and my Yang clan doesn't have any support. I'm serious." Lu Yuntian suddenly said, "Yang Lianshuang, you led a rebellion to seize power and killed your own clansmen. Justice doesn't tolerate the existence of a person like you." Suddenly, Yang Lianshuang interrupted Lu Yuntian. "Patriarch Lu, you're making me look down on you. I'm sure everyone here knows why your Lu clan is attacking my Yang clan, but you're trying to use such an honorable and upright reason? That's like selling your body, yet putting up a sign that says you're pure." Lu Yuntian's face became quite unsightly. Sometimes, one should be a tad hypocritical, but it depended on the circumstances. Who were the people present here right now? They were all existences who had lived for years. So, who was he putting an act on for? Who wouldn't see through it? Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, "Since you're not willing to be our guests, I won't force you." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked away. But it didn't take long for her to stop and say, "I forgot something. Yang Yi said that he's feeling a little bored and wants to travel around. I told him that the scenery in your clans isn't bad, and he should take a look. He said he will." She turned around and vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Lu Yuntian and the others' expressions turned extremely unsightly. It was a threat? Would Yang Yi go to their clans just to take a look at the scenery? Even an idiot knew what Yang Yi would do. The incident in Heaven Desolation City was still vivid in their memories. Moreover, their upper-level forces were here on Heaven Void Continent. While they still had experts left in their clans, could those experts stop Yang Yi? If it was a head-on battle, then those experts and the various formations they had would definitely be able to stop Yang Yi. But the problem was Yang Yi wouldn't fight them head-on. Once he hid himself, then based on his movement and attack speeds, could anyone stop him? So, as soon as they thought up to this point, all of them had the intent to retreat. Ku Jing and Wu Wen exchanged glances, and both of them noticed a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. A moment of silence ensued before Wu Wen said, "These two fellows never do anything that others expect." Ku Jing nodded slightly. "Fortunately, my Ku clan didn't participate in this. Otherwise, if that kid comes to my Ku clan to take a look at the scenery there, I will have a terrible headache." Wu Wen asked, "Even your Ku clan has to fear him?" Ku Jing chuckled. "It can't be called fear. I can only say that it'll be very troublesome." "Don't tell me your Wu clan won't find it troublesome?" Wu Wen nodded. "True. Fighting Yang Yi head-on wasn't that terrifying. After all, no matter how strong he was, how many experts could he fight at once? However, Yang Yi was quite terrifying when he acted shamelessly." Meanwhile, Ku Jing suddenly said, "The benefits aren't worth the risks." Wu Wen asked, "What do you mean?" Ku Jing spoke solemnly. "I'm saying that Ing Qing and the others overestimated themselves and underestimated both Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang. Even if they win in the end, those two kids are capable of causing them severe losses. Conversely, if they're unable to kill those two kids, then when those kids show themselves again in 10 years, this medium universe may lose half of its large clans. Wu Wen nodded slightly to display his agreement. Or it should be said that he deeply agreed. Everyone only had their eyes on Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang, and they'd overlooked another person. That person was a Nanjing. And Nanjing's natural talent and strength were absolutely not inferior to Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang. However, the others weren't aware of the relationship between Yang Yi and a Nanjing. It could be said that so long as Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang didn't die, then the Ying clan and those other clans would have to face the vengeance of three extraordinary geniuses. Brother Wu, I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. Ku Jing vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Wu Wen took a deep and long glance in the direction Ku Jing had left towards. He remained silent for a long time, and then he vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, after remaining silent on the spot for a long time, Lu Yuntian and the others started leaving in succession. In the end, they'd chosen to retreat, because after they lost the support of those experts from the Ying clan, they weren't that confident anymore. Their leader was gone, so they would naturally not stay. Because once they forced the attack on the Yang clan, then even if their strength far surpassed the Yang clan would still be able to rely on its formations to make them suffer serious losses. After all, they would be fighting in the Yang clan's base camp. At that time, the Ying clan would be allowed to maintain its strength. Of course, there was another reason, and it was that they hadn't forgotten what Yang Lianshuang told them just now. Yang Yi might travel to their clans to take in the scenery there. No matter what, the danger that the Yang clan faced had been temporarily resolved by Yang Yi through such methods. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. At a graveyard in Fecta City, two old men were seated cross-legged and facing each other. There was a small table between them, and there was a go board on the table. The old man on the left was a white-haired old man. It was the Ying clan's ancestor. As for the old man on the right, it was the Yang clan's ancestor. The white-haired old man raised a piece and placed it down before he said, "Brother Yang Xiao, you don't seem to be in good condition at all." The Yang clan's ancestor, Yang Xiao, placed a piece on the board and replied, "I'm doing pretty well. I won't die soon. But Brother Yu, I see a dark aura around you. It's a sign of a life-threatening disaster." And you glanced at Yang Xiao. "Brother Yang Xiao, are you saying that someone in this medium universe can kill me?" Yang Xiao grinned. "Brother Ing, you're really confident." And you replied with a question, "Am I wrong?" Yang Xiao looked up at the sky and said, "The medium universe of the Milky Way system was developed by a group of ancient cultivators all those years ago. Some of them have gone to the large universe to seek their so-called paths, but some have stayed behind in the medium universe." He paused for a moment and continued, "Brother Ing, I'm sure you're aware of that existence in Moment Mountain. Are you confident in your ability to defeat her?" And you fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao continued, "Let's not speak about the people from ancient times. Let's just talk about the present. Brother Yu, are you confident in being able to defeat the joint forces of those two juniors from my Yang clan?" And you fell silent again, because he really wasn't confident in his ability to defeat Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang's joint forces. Their joint forces were quite overwhelming. Yang Xiao chuckled and said, "See? Even if we're at the 6th stage of the true realm, we're not invincible. There are ancient cultivators before us and juniors behind us. So, Brother Yu, a person can be confident, but a person can't be overconfident. My Yang clan's Yang Xiang was overconfident, and it transformed him into a freak that doesn't dare to even show his face again." And you raised a piece and placed it on the board. "I didn't come here today to discuss all of this with you. I'm here because I want to know what your attitude towards the Yang clan is." Yang Xiao smiled. "I don't have one. I thought it was just children fighting with each other, so I couldn't be bothered to interfere. But I didn't expect your Ying clan to make you join in. Since you've shown yourself, how can I stand by idly?" And you gazed at Yang Xiao. "So, you intend to fight?" Yang Xiao replied, "Of course. Even though I don't really care about the Yang clan, I'm still a member of the Yang clan. Moreover, even if I disregard the link of blood between me and the juniors of the clan, I have to think about the ancestor of my clan. If I stand by idly when the Yang clan my ancestor created is attacked, then I wouldn't know where to put my face if I meet him one day." And you understood everything at this point. If he joined the battle, Yang Xiao would. If he didn't join the battle, then Yang Xiu wouldn't. Meanwhile, Yang Xiu smiled. Brothering you. Interfering in a fight between the juniors is beneath someone of your status. And you spoke indifferently, if I don't interfere, then those two juniors of your Yang clan might become unstoppable and do as they please. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the Go board was instantly obliterated. He said, Brother Yang Xiu, farewell. Suddenly, Yang Xiu said, Brothering you. You seem to have forgotten someone. And you gazed at Yang Xiu, and the latter chuckled. My Yang clan has someone called Wudi. Ing Yu's expression changed in an instant. Yang Wudi. All those years ago, that name reverberated like a thunderclap in the ears of everyone throughout the medium universe. It was that exact same person who suppressed the almighty Ying clan to the point it was almost suffocated. Meanwhile, Ing Yu suddenly chuckled, Brother Yang. You seem to have forgotten someone as well. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. At the same time, Yang Xiu seemed to have thought of something, and a slightly solemn expression appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang appeared in front of Yang Xiu and asked, Who was he talking about? Yang Xiu remained silent for a short moment, and then he replied, Ing Jing, someone who once attacked the Ku clan and forced the Ku clan to summon its founding ancestor. Yang Lianshuang fell silent for a few breaths of time, and then she said, People of extraordinary ability are born in every generation. Chapter 1767. It's time to change our fate. People of extraordinary ability are born in every generation. Yang Xiu repeated it softly, and then he gazed at Yang Lianshuang. That's quite incisive. Yang Lianshuang chuckled and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Yang Xiu said, Every single one of the 8 clans once had extraordinarily monstrous geniuses. Like the Wu clan's Wu Mu, the Ying clan's Ying Jing, and the Ku clan's Ku Nitian. All of them were leaders of their respective generations. Yang Lianshuang asked, Yang Jing is still alive? Yang Xiu nodded. I think so. Based on Yang Jing's strength, there isn't anyone in this medium universe that can kill her. Just like that kid, Yang Ye's father. Even if his cultivation vanished completely, he still escaped the Yang clan's pursuit, right? Yang Lianshuang fell silent for a few breaths of time and said, Thank you for your help, ancestor. Ing Yu had intended to attack earlier, but Yang Xiu had stopped Ing Yu. That was why they'd been playing Go just now. Yang Xiu shook his head slightly. Just as I said just now, the clan isn't important to me. But I'm still a member of the Yang clan. The Yang clan was built with the blood and tears of our ancestors. So, if it's within the scope of my ability, I naturally wouldn't just watch as it's destroyed. He looked Yang Lianshuang in the eyes and continued, But if all those old geezers show themselves and attack the Yang clan, then I won't interfere. I can help the Yang clan, but I won't die with it. She nodded slightly. I understand. Yang Xiu continued, I won't help if experts below the 6th stage of the True Realm attack the Yang clan. It's pointless anyway, because if I help, then there'll naturally be other 6th stage True Realm experts to deal with me. In short, good luck to the both of you. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Lianshuang left the graveyard. She looked up into the starry sky and said, The Yang clan won't be destroyed. Heaven Desolation Continent, Heaven Desolation City. When the Ying clan and the other clans surrounded Heaven Void Continent, Yang Yi had gone to Heaven Desolation City. The plan he discussed with Yang Lianshuang was that he would launch a surprise attack on the Ying clan and the other clans once they attacked Heaven Void Continent. It was a type of bet. The reason he considered it a bet was because he wasn't sure whether they would return. If the Ying clan and the other clans didn't return to their own clans, then Heaven Void Continent would be finished. However, based on his strength, he could annihilate Heaven Desolation City too. Actually, he'd overlooked something. The main targets of the alliance formed by the Ying clan and the other clans wasn't to crush Heaven Void Continent, it was to kill him and Yang Lianshuang. So, even if they crushed the Yang clan wouldn't be truly finished if Yang Lianshuang and him were alive. Moreover, once Yang Lianshuang and him weren't tied down by the Yang clan anymore, they would become even more terrifying once they hid themselves completely. So, the Ying clan had decisively chosen to abandon the attack on the Yang clan and return to Heaven Desolation Continent. Yang Yi held his sword in hand, as he stood outside the gates of Heaven Desolation City. At this moment, it had been repaired quite a bit. At the very least, the outer walls had been almost fully repaired. Yang Yi had received word that Ying Qing and the others were on their way back to Heaven Desolation City. Yang Yi gazed at the city walls for a long time, and then he turned around and vanished on the spot. 5 breaths of time later, an ear-piercing sword howl resounded above the city, and then 4 rays of sword energy descended like shooting stars into the city. Rumble. The sword energy instantly sliced the city into numerous pieces. At the same time, a few words appeared on the city walls. Continue rebuilding. I'll be back again. Around 15 minutes later, Ying Qing and the others were back, and their expressions became extremely unsightly when they saw those words outside the city. One of the old men was about to erase those words, but Ying Qing stopped him. Why erase it? He pointed at the words and continued, don't erase them. Leave them there for all my Ying clan's members to see them every day. It's a humiliation to my Ying clan, and it shouldn't be eliminated until the humiliation has been washed away. All of them fell silent. A humiliation? It was a humiliation indeed. Yang Yi had come to Heaven Desolation City twice. Not only had he destroyed the city, he'd left such words on the city's walls. It was a terrible humiliation to a proud clan like the Ying clan. Meanwhile, Ying Qing added, from this moment onward, Yang Yi is an irreconcilable enemy of my Ying clan. If he's alive, my Ying clan shall perish. If my Ying clan is alive, then he shall perish. If this generation of our clan can't kill him, then the next generation will. If the next generation can't kill him, then the generation after that will do it. We won't stop until he's dead. His voice was enhanced by profound energy, so it resounded like a thunderclap through the entire city. At this moment, everyone in the city heard him. An irreconcilable enemy. It was the first time the Ying clan had declared war on a person in the last hundreds of years. Once Ying Qing spoke those words, it could be said that the enmity between Yang Yi and the Ying clan would never end until one of them was dead. However, Yang Yi didn't care because the Ying clan never had any intention to spare him, and they'd merely made it clear now. In the end, the incident in Heaven Desolation City couldn't be kept quiet, and it spread. After all, the commotion had been so huge that it was impossible to conceal. Coupled with the fact that the Yang clan was spreading news about it, it only took a short while for the entire medium universe to find out that Yang Yi had gone to Heaven Desolation City again. Moreover, he'd wreaked havoc there again, especially what he left on the wall. Continue rebuilding. I'll be back again. Those words could be said to have utterly humiliated the Ying clan, and it made Yang Ye's name reverberate through the medium universe again. Besides that, it made the others, who intended to kill Yang Ye's loved ones, to change their minds. What a joke. Even the Ying clan couldn't do anything to Yang Yi. If they offended Yang Yi, then they would be courting death. However, there were some who were still hopeful, because they felt that once they finished killing, they could exchange those heads for treasure before going into hiding. Once they'd hidden themselves and didn't show themselves again, then what could Yang Yi do to them? Of course, there were few people like that. After all, not everyone had no brains. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. After he chopped up Heaven Desolation City, Yang Yi didn't stay on Heaven Desolation Continent, and he left. He didn't want to be surrounded and attacked. He couldn't fight them head-on right now. He had to act shamelessly. He absolutely couldn't let himself get carried away, or it may end with his death. Yang Yi wore a black robe as he traveled through space, and his sword was hidden. Coupled with the fact that he'd concealed his aura, even young Lianshuang would probably be unable to recognize him. Presently, he was too famous, so he had to keep a lower profile. If someone saw him, it wouldn't take long for countless people to find out where he was. Right when Yang Yi was about to enter Heaven Void Continent, he noticed a young man in space. The young man had noticed him too, because he hadn't concealed himself, and he'd merely concealed his aura. Yang Yi glanced at the young man and was about to leave, but the man appeared before him. The young man asked, "Brother, are you heading to Heaven Void Continent?" Yang Yi nodded. "Why?" A smile curled up on the corners of the young man's mouth. "Based on your dressing, I presume you're here for Yang Yi?" Yang Yi was stunned. Here for Yang Yi? The young man replied, "Aren't you?" Yang Yi glanced at him and said, "Yes. Right, you're here for him too?" The young man smiled, sort of. After all, the rewards promised by the Ying clan and those other clans is truly tempting. Yang Ye's eyes instantly narrowed beneath his robe. "You're here for Yang Ye's family?" "Of course." The young man chuckled. "Yang Ye's strength is absolutely heaven-defying, and I'm no match for him. However, if it's his wives and daughter, I've heard that most of his wives are at the Zenith realm, and some are even below the Zenith realm. Cultivators at the Zenith realm are easy prey for me." He paused for a moment and continued, "Since you're here for the same thing, why don't we work together? The more people we have on our side, the safer it'll be, right?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded, "All right." The young man smiled, "All right, let's go." Yang Yi asked, "Fecta City is huge. Do you know where his wives and daughter are?" "Of course." The young man smiled. "I have someone in the Yang clan, and he's a higher-up of the Yang clan. I'm working together with him, so there won't be any problems." "He has someone in the Yang clan?" Yang Yi slowly clenched his left fist. "Aren't you afraid that Yang Yi will return? He isn't in Heaven Void Continent." The young man continued, "According to my informant in the Yang clan, he should be in Heaven Desolation City. Moreover, he'll be heading to the other clans too. So, it's an opportunity for us." Yang Yi nodded. "I see. Then let's go." "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man shot down towards Heaven Void Continent, and Yang Yi followed closely behind him. Yang Yi suddenly asked while they traveled, "Are we attacking immediately?" "No." The young man continued, "We have to wait for a while." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" "Because Yang Ye's daughter plays with another little girl at the back of Fecta City at noon, every single day. That's our chance. We'll get his daughter first," explained the young man. Yang Yi said, "They are probably protected." The young man replied, "It's fine. My informant will draw them away." Yang Yi said, "I see." The young man suddenly grinned. "We'll be there in a moment." Brother, it's time to change our fate. True rank treasures and true spirit fruits. TSK, TSK. It didn't take long for them to sneak into Fecta City. Chapter 1768. Unforeseen Event in the Yang Clan. Fecta City. There was a hill in Fecta City, and it was called Meditation Hill. It wasn't very large, and there weren't any dangerous beings in it. It was where the disciples of the Yang clan were sentenced to face walls and contemplate their mistakes. It was extremely quiet. At this moment, two young girls were playing happily at the top of the hill. They were Lei Lin and Yang Yanxue. Even though the Yang clan was in a terrible situation, it didn't affect the little girls. It could be said that they were the most carefree people in Fecta City. In the shadows, the young man pointed at the little girl and said, "Brother, see that? That's Yang Ye's daughter." Yang Yi gazed at the little girl and nodded. "I see." The young man nodded. "There are experts from the Yang clan protecting them. So we can't act now." Yang Yi asked, "What do you need me to do?" A smile curled up on the corners of the man's mouth. "Actually, your job is very simple. Just run with me." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Run with you?" "To be more precise, run in a different direction." The young man smiled. "I'll be frank. After we capture her, we'll split up. So, if the experts of the Yang clan discover us, they'll have to split up to chase us. In that way, we'll face comparatively lesser pressure." He paused for a moment and continued, "Of course, that's the worst-case scenario, because we may not be discovered. Or perhaps, I should say that we would have left Heaven Void Continent when they discover what we've done." At this moment, Yang Yi finally understood the young man's plan. Actually, the young man was looking for someone to die for him, because he had someone in the Yang clan. So, his informant in the Yang clan would definitely chase after Yang Yi. Once that person starts chasing after Yang Yi, the others would chase after him too. At that time, the young man would be able to escape. It was a very good plan. Time trickled by, and the two little girls were still playing. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi suddenly frowned because the two experts from the Yang clan, who were protecting the little girls, had vanished. Meanwhile, a wisp of excitement flashed through the young man's eyes. Now, As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot, and he appeared before Yang Yinxue and Lei Lin. After that, his hand shot forward to grab Yang Yinxue. He was extremely swift, and it would take less than half a breath of time for him to grab her. Lei Lin and Yang Yinxue were stunned when they saw that hand suddenly appear before them. At this moment, their minds were completely blank. Suddenly, that hand fell to the ground, and then a torrent of blood sprayed forward. Right when the blood was about to spray on them, it suddenly vanished into thin air, and then a familiar face appeared before them. Yang Yinxue was slightly stunned, and then she pounced over to that person. "Daddy?" Yang Yi took her in his arms, kissed her on the cheek, and then he carried Lei Lin in the same arm as well. You. Meanwhile, the young man gazed at Yang Yi with horror. "You're Yang Yi." Yang Yi paid no attention to the young man. He put both of the girls down, and then patted their heads and smiled. "Go to mommy. Daddy has business to take care of. All right?" "Okay." Yang Yinxue smiled sweetly, and then she took Lei Lin's hand and hopped off into the distance. At this moment, the experts of the Yang clan had been alarmed, so over a dozen True Realm experts appeared here. Meanwhile, 2 True Realm experts went over to Yang Yi, and one of them lowered his head slightly before Yang Yi. "Young Master Yang, I'm sorry. It's our fault." They were the experts who were entrusted with protecting Yang Yinxue and Lei Lin. Yang Yi shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you. Why did both of you leave?" The man spoke in a low voice. "We received a message from Elder Yang Mu. He said he had something urgent to discuss with us." Yang Yi suddenly looked towards Fecta Hall. "Yang Mu, get the fuck out here." Bang! Suddenly, an aura shot up into the air from within Fecta Hall, and it shot towards the depths of space. He was fleeing. However, it only took a moment for a ray of black light to appear above that aura. Boom! An instant later, an explosion resounded, and a figure crashed down from the sky. Bang! The figure slammed against the ground, causing Fecta City to tremble. 3 breaths of time later, Yang Lianshuang brought an old man over to Yang Yi and the others. She tossed the old man on the ground. "Do as you please." She turned around and walked away once she finished speaking. "Patriarch, I didn't betray the Yang clan." Yang Mu hurriedly said, "I didn't betray the clan. Patriarch, please be merciful." Yang Lianshuang stopped and said, "What you did was worse than betrayal of the clan." She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Yang Mu's face turned ghastly pale at the sight of this. He turned to look at Yang Yi and ferocity covered his face. "Yang Yi, do you know why I did this?" "Because..." A ray of light flashed. Hiss! Yang Mu's head flew up into the air. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and spoke indifferently. "The process isn't important. What's important is that you did it. Since you did it, then you deserve death. As for all that nonsense, save it for your next life." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the young man. The young man was about to speak, but Yang Yi suddenly said, "Keep your nonsense for your next life too." Hiss! Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's head flew up into the air. The eyes on that head were opened wide and filled with regret. He shouldn't have come. Not only that, he just had to make Yang Yi his escape plan. After he killed the young man, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The others exchanged glances and shook their heads. They felt quite a bit of pity towards Yang Mu because he was still an elder of the Yang clan. But no one would step forward and beg for mercy on his behalf, because they were very well aware that it wouldn't make a difference. What was Yang Ye's reverse scale? It was his wives and daughter. Anyone who dared to target them was someone he would definitely kill, and there was no room for discussion. No one could stop him, including Yang Lianshuang. Fecta Hall. At this moment, the core figures of the Yang clan were present here, and it included Yang Yi. Yang Lianshuang glanced at the people here and said, "I'm sure all of you know what happened just now. Do you have any thoughts about it?" They fell silent. Yang Lianshuang nodded. "Since you're not saying anything, then I will. Our Yang clan is in the worst situation it has been in throughout the history of the clan, and I know that all of you think that we won't be able to get through this. It's exactly why it's unavoidable that all of you will think about preparing a way out for yourselves." She glanced at them again and continued, "Everyone should be given a chance. I summoned all of you here because I've made a decision. If any of you wish to leave the Yang clan, you may. Not only can you leave, you can take your family with you." The expressions of all the people here changed, and the leader of the Council of Elders, Yang Lin, hurriedly said, "Patriarch, what are you?" Yang Lianshuang waved her hand and said, "You're all members of the clan, but you have the right to decide on the future of your own lives. I do as I say. Anyone who doesn't want to stay can leave, and I won't stop them or act against you later." All of them fell silent when they noticed that she didn't seem to be lying. If they were to be honest, even if the Yang clan had forced the alliance of the 5 clans to retreat, could they do it again? The same strategy wouldn't work twice, right? Moreover, what would the Yang clan do then? They remained silent for a long time before an old man suddenly stepped forward. "Young Miss Lianshuang, I'm withdrawing from the Yang clan." It was an elder from the Council of Elders, Yang Gue. He was a core figure in the Council of Elders. Yang Lianshuang slowly closed her eyes, fell silent for a moment, and said, "Approved." Yang Gue bowed slightly to her. "I'm sorry." He turned around and vanished from the hall. Once someone started it, there naturally would be a second. It didn't take long for another old man to step forward. He wasn't from the Council of Elders. He was the Vice Hall Master of the Discipline Hall, Yang Yu. He bowed slightly to Yang Lianshuang and said, "I'm sorry." He turned around and vanished from the hall. It didn't take long for a third, fourth, and fifth to appear. In just a short while, 11 had left. All of them were true realm experts. The hall was deathly silent. A long time passed before Yang Lianshuang glanced at the 15 remaining true realm experts here. "What about all of you?" Yang Lin shook his head slightly. "If you can't go through the difficulties together, do you have the right to enjoy the wealth and prestige that comes later?" One of the other old men nodded. "As a clan, we naturally have to go through thick and thin together." The others nodded to display their agreement. A wisp of gratification flashed through Yang Lianshuang's eyes. "My Yang clan still has hope." She suddenly looked towards the distance. Yang Yi had appeared there. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "I didn't expect this to happen." Yang Lianshuang shook her head slightly. "This is a good thing. Because if they don't leave and betray us in the future, then that would be absolutely lethal to us." As she spoke, she walked towards the entrance of the hall and looked up at the sky. A clan has its good days and bad days. I believe that the Yang clan will thrive. I, Yang Lianshuang, swear on my soul that I'll definitely make the Yang clan renowned throughout the world. No, that's not enough. It'll make it renowned through a myriad of universes. I'll make the members of the Yang clan take pride in possessing this surname. Chapter 1769. To be ordinary, you must first be extraordinary. Needless to say, Yang Lianshuang's speech was very passionate. At the very least, it made the others' blood boil when they heard her. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Lianshuang, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Because he thought that Yang Lianshuang's objective was to make the Yang clan the #1 clan in the medium universe. But now it seemed like her ambition stretched further than that. However, it was clearly extremely difficult to accomplish it. Yang Lianshuang suddenly asked, "Has there been any movement in the Ying clan and the other clans?" Yang Xin stepped forward and shook her head. No, they showed no signs of movement. The hearts of everyone here fell. The Ying clan and those other clans would definitely not give up on crushing them. So, the reason behind them not making any moves was certainly not because they wanted to stop. It was the calm before the storm. If they attacked again, they would definitely give the Yang clan no chance to survive. Yet now, numerous experts of the Yang clan had left, so it was like adding fuel to the flame for the Yang clan. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang waved her hand and said, "All of you can leave. Just do what you're supposed to do." They glanced at her and left. Only Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang remained in the hall. Yang Lianshuang said, "I've talked to Qingshi. She said your wish is to have an ordinary life, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "Indeed." She gazed at him. "Many think that an ordinary life is a happy one. Actually, is it really like that? No, that's just an excuse they gave themselves. It's an excuse for them to slack off. In my old home, there are many people who live day to day. They never seek to improve, but they create excuses for themselves. They say ordinary lives are happy lives." She shook her head and chuckled. But they don't realize that simple and ordinary lives are never lived by choice. Because you dare not eat food that's too good, wear things that are too good, or play with things that are too good. Most importantly, when you encounter something unfair, you can only choose to suffer such an injustice. Because others have more authority, power, and money than you. Yang Yi asked, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Lianshuang looked him in the eyes and said, "An ordinary life." What's an ordinary life? Only someone who has experienced the peak of life has the right to live an ordinary life. As for ordinary people, do they have another choice? It isn't that they want an ordinary life, it's that they're forced to live an ordinary life. She looked up at the sky and continued, "A person should have a goal and aspirations. Even if you're unable to accomplish that goal or aspiration, you wouldn't have lived your life in vain. Especially men. If they don't fight for something, then they may not even be able to get someone to marry them." Yang Yi was stunned. Get someone to marry them? Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, "It wasn't easy to get a wife where I used to live." Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She turned to look at him and said, "Because they can't afford one." She turned around and vanished from the hall. Only Yang Yi was left here. The hall was extremely quiet, and no one disturbed Yang Yi. Yang Yi naturally understood what she said. She was telling him that he didn't have the ability to live an ordinary life. Even if the Ying clan and those other clans don't look for trouble with him, there would be others who looked for trouble with him in life. Even if nobody caused trouble for him, what if the sky collapsed? He hadn't forgotten what had happened on Profounder Continent. At that time, everyone who wasn't strong had died. If he wanted to live an ordinary life, he had to be extraordinary first. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi left the hall. Yi Estate. Cultivation. Yang Yi allocated time to cultivating every single day. Even though he was at the true realm, his strength was far from sufficient for this world. There were too many experts in this world. He didn't train in split second or try to improve his cultivation, and he trained with the obliteration sword formation instead. It could be considered as a trump card of his, and it could even kill 4th stage true realm experts in an instant. Of course, that was based on his current strength, and his past strength wasn't capable of accomplishing that at all. Even though it could instantly kill 4th stage true realm experts, it wasn't a huge threat to 5th and 6th stage true realm experts. The obliteration sword formation still had room for improvement, so he intended to raise its strength to its absolute limit. However, the Ying clan and the other clans refused to give him the opportunity to accomplish that. Yang Yi hadn't even been cultivating for a day when the Ying clan and the other clans had taken action, and the action they took caught the entire Yang clan by surprise. Because the starry sky around Heaven Void Continent was surrounded by around 50 true realm experts. That wasn't even the main point. The main point was that the Yang clan didn't even know when they appeared there. However, the Ying clan and those other clans didn't attack. They just surrounded Heaven Void Continent. Fekta Hall. All the core figures of the Yang clan were here. An old man asked, "Why aren't they attacking?" Yang Xin shook her head slightly. "They may be waiting for us to attack." The old man was puzzled. "They're waiting for us to attack?" Yang Xin nodded. "They've surrounded the continent but refrained from attacking. It's because there's a formation around Heaven Void Continent. Even though their strength is enough to break through it, if we decide to fight them to death, then if Yang Yi and our patriarch are included, we'll be able to kill at least 80% of their forces. They can't afford to suffer such losses." "Cowards!" Yang Lianshuang suddenly said, "They want to annihilate our clan, take all the worlds which belong to us, and put an end to all future troubles. However, they're worried about this and that." Haha. Her laughter was filled with ridicule. Yang Yi nodded in response. If the Ying clan and those other clans disregarded everything, then it would be absolutely impossible to defend the Yang clan. Unfortunately, they were worried about too many things, and they didn't trust each other either. Otherwise, the Yang clan may have been annihilated by now. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, "They've surrounded us but refused to attack. They clearly want to trap us here until we die." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Do you have any extreme ideas?" Yang Yi felt speechless. She continued, "Don't look at me like that. We need extreme methods to deal with them." Everyone else gazed at Yang Yi as well. Yang Ye's last idea was really extreme and risky, but it was extremely effective as well. It succeeded at resolving the danger that the Yang clan faced. So, they felt quite a bit of anticipation towards Yang Yi. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he said, I do have a plan, but it actually can't really be considered one. Since they refuse to attack, then we won't attack as well. We'll just do what we should and see who's more patient. All of them felt speechless. Suddenly, Yang Lianshuang said, He's right. If they don't attack, then we won't attack as well. She gazed at Yang Lin and continued, Tell the others in the city to be ready to activate the formation at any moment and ignore everything else. Yang Lin nodded, and then he left. Yang Lianshuang gazed at the others. All of you can leave too. They nodded and left the hall. Once they left, Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Yi. What do you plan to do? Yang Yi fell silent for a short moment before he replied, My strength has improved quite a bit lately. I want to find someone to fight. She gazed at him for a long time before she said, Be careful. Yang Yi chuckled, Don't worry. I'll run if I get into a losing battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the hall. OM. A moment later, an ear-piercing sword howl shot up into the sky above Heaven Void Continent. At this moment, everyone in Fecta City saw a ray of light shoot up into space. Yang Yi was attacking. Needless to say, Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang were the pillars of support for the Yang clan, especially Yang Yi. When Yang Yi had been the Yang clan's enemy, he was a nightmare for them, because he was truly too ruthless and insane. But now, they suddenly realized that it was really nice to have someone in the clan who dared to fight and could fight, because no one would ever call the Yang clan cowardly when they had someone like that. Even if they were weaker than their enemy, they dared to fight back. As for the outcome of the battle, that wasn't important. The important part was that they dared to fight. Even if one lost the battle, one was still a man if one didn't shrink back from battle. In the starry sky, as soon as Yang Yi appeared there, a few dozen true realm experts surrounded him. They didn't dare to let Yang Yi leave Heaven Void Continent, because if he left, then their own homes may be in danger. They stared at Yang Yi while undisguised killing intent could be seen in their eyes. Yang Yi glanced at Qing and the others, and then he grinned. What? You want to kill me that badly? Qing spoke indifferently. Would you believe me if I said we didn't? Yang Yi chuckled. If you want to kill me, you can. I'll give you a chance right now. He pointed his sword at Qing and continued, Patriarch of the Ying clan, I heard you're very strong. I, Yang Yi, am no expert, so I'd like to seek guidance from you. He was challenging the Ying clan's patriarch. Everyone here was stunned. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi would have actually come here to challenge Qing. Even Qing hadn't expected it. All of them exchanged glances. Will Qing accept the challenge? Since Yang Yi dared to challenge Qing, he was definitely confident in his ability. In other words, the slightest mistake may cause the Ying clan's patriarch to die here. But if he refused and word of it spread, then Qing wouldn't be able to hold his head up high in public anymore. After all, the dignified patriarch of the Ying clan actually didn't dare to accept a challenge from a Zenith realm cultivator. Of course, they didn't know that Yang Yi was already at the true realm. A long moment of silence ensued, and then Qing suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, Attack together and end him. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The others were stunned for a moment, and then they immediately attacked. Yang Yi was stunned as well. This isn't how I imagined it would go. Chapter 1770, The Final Battle. It really wasn't like how he'd imagined it going, because as far as he was concerned, the Ying clan's patriarch should accept his challenge. After all, Qing was the patriarch of an extraordinary clan. If he didn't accept the challenge, it would be a terrible humiliation once news of it spread. That was why Yang Yi had dared to come up here by himself. It was because he felt Qing would definitely fight him in single combat. So long as it was single combat, he would hesitate to tear off the talisman on his right arm and use the wooden sword to instantly kill Qing. Once the Ying clan's patriarch was dead, the morale of this army before him would definitely fall into chaos. That was his plan. However, while the plan was a good one, reality was cruel. Qing refused to give him such an opportunity, and ordered the others to attack him. Ching would naturally not choose to fight Yang Yi in single combat. If he hadn't witnessed how Yang Yi injured his ancestor, then perhaps he would. However, after he witnessed that, he knew that he couldn't do anything to this young man who stood before him. Simply speaking, if we won in a one-on-one battle against Yang Yi, others would say it was normal, because he was the Ying clan's patriarch and a fifth-stage true realm expert. So, wasn't it normal to defeat a zenith realm expert? But what if he lost? Not to mention losing. Just being equally matched in battle would be an embarrassment for him. So, why would he fight Yang Yi in single combat? As for being embarrassed, so long as Yang Yi was dead, such an issue would cease to exist. Yang Yi naturally didn't attack. He turned around and vanished on the spot. It was fast. Absolutely fast. So fast that the others couldn't even react. Because Yang Yi had used split second to escape. He had to. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to fight so many true realm experts. It was impossible even if he used all his trump cards. So, he'd decisively chosen to flee. Everyone exchanged glances, and one of the old men spoke in a low voice. He fled so quickly. Suddenly, Ching took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, see that?" Everyone gazed at Ching. Ching said, "Yang Ye's a sword cultivator, but there's something terrifying about him. It's that he's not pedantic like other ordinary sword cultivators. We thought he was an idiot, a madman who doesn't use his brains and is just courageous. However, is that really true?" All of them fell silent. Ching continued, "He seems like an idiot who's more brave than wise. But that's not the case at all. He's much smarter than we think." They nodded to display their agreement. Since they started treating Yang Yi as their enemy, they'd gain a certain level of understanding of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was fond of acting unexpectedly. Most importantly, he didn't care about honor. Just like what he'd done moments ago. He decisively fled without the slightest hesitation. Ching was about to say something when all of them looked off into the distance because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared there. He glanced at them, cracked a smile, and said, "I forgot something." A sword chest suddenly appeared in front of him. They were still puzzled when a faint smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. In an instant, 6 rays of light flashed out from the sword chest. As soon as they appeared, the expressions of everyone here changed. Hiss, 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 hiss. Space in an area of 3 kilometers was instantly sliced into numerous pieces. 2 breaths of time later, everything returned to normal, and Yang Yi was gone. Ching and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Because 5 of their companions were gone, they'd been sliced into pieces. Moreover, over 20 others were injured, and some were even heavily injured. Lu Yuntian spoke solemnly, "That sword formation is really formidable." Meanwhile, the Li clan's patriarch, Lin Yinxian, suddenly said, "Everyone, I think our previous way of thinking won't work. Surrounding without attacking until the Yang clan collapses. Needless to say, it's a very childish thought, because we may collapse before the Yang clan collapses." They nodded to display their agreement. They would really collapse if Yang Yi came to attack them every single day. Ching fell silent for a moment, and then he glanced at the others. "Brother Li is right. I think we can't delay any longer. We have to end it as soon as possible. But there's a problem we must face, and that's trust." They fell silent. They were just an alliance formed at the last moment, so it wasn't solid at all. All of them were very well aware that once the Yang clan was crushed, the alliance would vanish. Because if it didn't, then the Wu clan and Ku clan would ally with each other. At that time, the clans would go to war, and no one could bear the consequences of that. Meanwhile, Ching said, "Everyone, I have a suggestion. Let's dispatch 5 more true realm experts each, and then crush the Yang clan. Let's stop holding back, all right? 5 more true realm experts each. Coupled with the 45 here, it would be 70 true realm experts. Almost 7 times more true realm experts than the Yang clan. Even though it couldn't be considered as sending out all their forces, it could be described as not holding back at all." All of them fell silent. They hadn't expected the situation to develop to such an extent. Just a single clan that had even been weakened through internal strife required so many experts to crush. Dispatching so many experts was a risk. Besides the danger they faced from the Yang clan, the Ku clan and Wu clan were part of that risk. Besides that, the mysterious existence in Moment Mountain was another part of it. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, Ingqing suddenly said, "Do you want to let Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang grow?" Their expressions changed when they heard Ingqing. Based on their relationship with Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang, if the two of them were allowed to grow, then all of them would definitely suffer. No, it should be said that if Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang were allowed to catch their breath and regroup, then their joint forces would be sufficient to crush any clan. Lu Yuntian suddenly said, "I agree." Everyone gazed at Lu Yuntian, and the latter spoke in a low voice, "Brother Ingqing is right. We can't be hesitant and worry too much. Since our relationship with the Yang clan is at such a point, we have to annihilate them. Especially Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang. We can't allow them to grow. Otherwise, they'll become nightmares for us." The Wang clan's patriarch, Wang Gu, expressed his opinion. "My Wang clan agrees. My Qing clan agrees." It didn't take long for the patriarchs to nod and display their agreement. Ingqing grinned. He looked down at Heaven Void Continent and said, "We'll attack tomorrow." Meanwhile, Lu Yuntian suddenly said, "Right, I received news that many withdrew from the Yang clan. What should we do about them?" "Kill them, of course." Ingqing spoke indifferently. "Weeds should be pulled out by the roots. So, members of the Yang clan should vanish from this world." A fierce smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "Isn't Yang Yi really ruthless? Chop off all their heads and send them to Heaven Void Continent." He naturally hated Yang Yi to the bone, because what Yang Yi had done on Heaven Desolation Continent was an absolute humiliation for the Ying clan, and it could only be washed away with the heads of Countless and Yang Ye's own head. The others had no objection towards Ingqing's suggestion. In just 6 hours, over 200 heads rained down on Fekta City. All of them belonged to the experts who'd withdrawn from the Yang clan. Even though only around a dozen true realm experts had withdrawn from the Yang clan that day, they hadn't left alone. They'd taken their loved ones with them. Yet now, all of their heads were raining down in front of Fekta Hall. These heads shocked the entire city. At this moment, countless members of the Yang clan were outside Fekta Hall. All of them were looking at the heads. Some of those heads still had their eyes open, and their eyes were filled with terror. Obviously, they'd experienced something horrifying before they died. Yang Lianshuang stood at the entrance of the hall with her hands behind her back. Her eyes were closed, and she remained silent. Yang Yi, who stood beside her, remained silent too. Everyone here was silent. Take pleasure in their misfortune? No one here did that. Even though all of them had left the Yang clan when the clan needed them, and all the people here had hated them, now, all the people here only felt pity, sadness, and despair. The heads before them told them that the 5 clans would never spare them. Even if they withdrew from the Yang clan, those 5 clans would still not let them go. The 5 clans wanted to annihilate the Yang clan. It was a battle with annihilation at stake. Yang Yi looked down slightly. He didn't feel any hate towards them, but he didn't have a good impression of them as well. He looked down on those who could only share in the joys, but not the sufferings of a clan or group. But at this moment, these heads allowed him to understand that once they lost, it was obvious what would happen to the Yang clan. It was obvious what would happen to Su Qingshi, Shuer, and the others. The Ying clan and the other 5 clans would absolutely not let any of them live. He couldn't lose, and he couldn't afford to lose either. Suddenly, Yang Lianshuang looked up at the sky. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Chapter 1771. Spare us if we surrender, all right? A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Why were the Ying clan and the other clans attacking the Yang clan? Had the Yang clan offended them? No. The true reason was their own interests. The Yang clan was at its weakest state after the internal strife it went through. At this moment, it was the easiest to bully. Of course, there was another reason. The Yang clan had 2 extraordinary geniuses. If those 2 extraordinary geniuses were fighting against each other, then they wouldn't have attacked the Yang clan. The problem was that those 2 extraordinary geniuses weren't fighting and had joined forces instead. They were afraid. They were afraid that Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang would grow, especially the Ying clan, because it wouldn't be able to maintain its position of overlord in the medium universe if Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang grew stronger. Fecta Hall. At this moment, only Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang were in the hall. Yang Lianshuang remained silent for a long time, and then she said, I received news that 70 true realm experts will be attacking us tomorrow. We won't be able to defend Heaven Void Continent. Yang Yi gazed at her. Shall we die trying? She shook her head. We can't. It won't make a difference, because our strength isn't able to compete with theirs. Yang Yi nodded. Not to mention the Yang clan in its current state. Even if it was the Yang clan in the past, it was still incapable of fighting the 5 clans. Yang Yi gazed at her. Tell me what you think we should do. Since Yang Lianshuang knew that they wouldn't be able to defend the continent, she definitely had other ideas. She replied solemnly, retreat. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. We may be able to escape, but the others won't. She shook her head. We can. Yang Yi asked, how? She tapped the ground with her foot. There's a teleportation down there. It's linked to a secret place, and it's a place our clan found in secret as a precaution to prevent the clan from being annihilated one day. She paused for a moment and continued. Our Yang clan isn't the only one that has done this. The other clans have similar escape plans. Prepare for danger in times of peace. No clan can thrive forever. When disaster comes, such escape plans are the final hope of a clan. Yang Yi replied, Are you willing to just leave like that? She smiled. It doesn't matter. After all, we'll come back, right? Moreover, it isn't a bad thing for us. Yang Yi asked, why? She replied, have you noticed that the Yang clan is even more united than any other moment in history? Moreover, it's an opportunity for us. An opportunity to grow and develop well. Because if we stay in the medium universe of the Milky Way system, the other clans will definitely act against us. But once we go into hiding, we'll be able to grow and develop properly. She gazed at Yang Yi at this point. Let me ask you something. Do you think the 8 clans really are the strongest in the medium universe? Yang Yi frowned slightly. What are you trying to say? Yang Lianshuang chuckled. Many people think that the 8 clans are the strongest powers in the medium universe, but that's not true. There are some mysterious powers, and they aren't weaker to the 8 clans. They may even be stronger. For example, Moment Mountain, or the Secret Sect. The Secret Sect. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. You know about the Secret Sect? A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Lianshuang's eyes. You know about the Secret Sect too? Yang Yi nodded. They came looking for me. She asked. They wanted you to join them? Yang Yi shook his head. They wanted you to join them? She nodded slightly. According to my knowledge, I'm not the only one. So long as you have potential and natural talent, they'll come for you. However, they only choose monstrous geniuses with extraordinary natural talent and potential. Yang Yi said, in other words, many geniuses on the Milky Way rankings may have joined the Secret Sect? The Milky Way rankings? A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Lianshuang's mouth. The Milky Way rankings is for children. True experts don't need a ranking to prove themselves. For example, you're not on the rankings, but would anyone dare to say that you're weak? Yang Yi chuckled. For children, if those geniuses heard what you just said, they would probably be angered to the point of spitting out blood. It's a fact. She spoke indifferently, but that fellow ranked at the top of the Milky Way rankings has some ability. Yang Yi asked, the first? You know who it is? Yang Lianshuang nodded. I've met that fellow. He should have joined the Secret Sect by now. She shook her head at this point and continued, let's stop here. We have to make the best use of our time to send away everyone in Fecta City. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. There'll be too much movement. They'll notice what we're doing. Yang Lianshuang replied, I know. So, I need your help. Yang Yi asked, what do you mean? She looked up at the sky. Cause trouble. The greater the better. Make them place all their focus on you. You don't have to do it for long. Just 4 hours will be enough. You can leave once 4 hours are up. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he said, leaving represents abandoning everything the Yang clan has. Are you really willing to do that? It's better than letting everyone die. She continued, we still have hope while we're alive, but everything will be meaningless if we're dead. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around with the intent to leave. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, thank you. Yang Yi turned around to look at her, and he smiled. When did you become so polite? She shook her head slightly. I wouldn't have been able to manage the entire clan without you. Yang Yi smiled. So, how are you going to thank me? Yang Lianshuang chuckled. I've really never given that any thought. Because there doesn't seem to be anything in the Yang clan that you would want. Yang Yi chuckled. Actually, there's no need to thank me. Because I'm a part of the Yang clan now. Moreover, even if I'm not part of the Yang clan, we're still friends. There's no need for words of thanks between friends, right? She gazed at him for a long time before she smiled. I suddenly realized that you're actually really easy to get along with. Yang Yi smiled. He didn't say another word and just vanished from the hall. Once Yang Yi vanished, the defensive formation around Fecta City was immediately activated. Countless strands of spirit energy shot up into the air. In the end, all of it entered the barrier of light in the sky. At the same time, countless voices resounded from Fecta City. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. At this moment, 70 true realm experts were looking down at the continent from space. Lu Yuntian spoke solemnly as he stood behind Yingqing. Should we attack? Yingqing nodded slightly. He was just about to speak when he suddenly looked towards the distance. Space there trembled slightly, and then Yang Yi appeared before them. Yang Yi. Their expressions changed slightly when they saw him, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. Even though they had 70 true realm experts on their side, they didn't dare to act carelessly against Yang Yi or underestimate him, because no one knew what he was planning. There was vigilance in Yingqing's eyes too. Since Yang Yi dared to come here on his own, Yang Yi definitely had something to rely on. Or it should be said that Yang Yi planned to wreak havoc again. Yang Yi glanced at them. Needless to say, he wasn't very confident right now. 70 true realm experts. Not to mention fighting them, just their auras would probably be sufficient to crush him. However, he couldn't shrink back no matter what, because he had to buy time for Yang Lianshuang, the members of the Yang clan, and his loved ones. They were counting on him to evacuate safely. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Yingqing and smiled. Hello, patriarch of the Ying clan. Hello, patriarchs of the various clans. Hello, everyone. All of them felt speechless. Needless to say, they were quite stunned right now. Yingqing stared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, what are you up to now? Yang Yi chuckled with embarrassment and said, I'm here to discuss something with all of you. I think enmity will never end if enmity is answered with enmity. So, why don't we sit down, have some tea, and forget everything unhappy that has happened between us, all right? They had strange expressions on their faces when they heard him. What is he trying to do? Meanwhile, Yingqing spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi, do you think that's possible? Why not? Yang Yi hurriedly said, there are no impassable ravines. We can just sit together and laugh off the enmity between us. Yingqing stared at Yang Yi. What the heck do you want? Yang Yi was about to speak when Lu Yuntian suddenly said, Brother Ying, I think he might be buying time. Everyone's expressions changed slightly when they heard this, and then they looked down at Heaven Void Continent. Right when they were about to think of a certain possibility, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword, and the sword howl instantly drew their attention back to Yang Yi. Yang Yi pointed his sword at Yingqing. Since all of you refuse to give us a chance to live, then my Yang clan will take you down with us. Take us down with you? Yingqing laughed coldly. Yang Yi, do you think the Yang clan's current strength is even capable of doing that? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and replied, spare us if we surrender, all right? All of them were stunned again. This fellow wants to surrender? Are we hearing things? The insufferably arrogant Yang Yi actually wants to surrender? Suddenly, Lu Yuntian said, he's definitely buying time. Something is happening down there. Yingqing's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Lu Yuntian. He didn't waste his breath on Yang Yi and waved his right hand. Patriarchs, fight Yang Yi with me. Everyone else, head down there. Suddenly, Yang Yi tore off the talisman on his right arm. and then the wooden sword appeared in his right hand. He looked up at Ching and the others. "It's best if you don't go down there." Ching stared at Yang Yi. "What if we insist?" Suddenly, Ching and the others' expressions changed, and then the head of a nearby True Realm expert flew up into the air. All of them were shocked by this. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's indifferent voice resounded. "Why don't you give it a try?" Chapter 1772. The Yang clan's founding ancestor. "Why don't you give it a try?" His voice was very soft, but it carried an invisible deterrent force. However, everyone here had abundant experience in life and battle, and there were so many of them. So, how could they possibly be scared by Yang Yi? Suddenly, Ching said, "Brother Lu, Brother Wang, Brother Li, and Brother Qin. All four of you come with me and kill this fellow. The rest of you head down immediately. Don't let anyone on Heaven Void continent survive." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Yang Yi. At the same time, the other four patriarchs charged at Yang Yi as well, while the remaining True Realm experts shot down towards Heaven Void continent. The war erupted. Yang Yi glanced at the experts who were charging towards Heaven Void continent. At this moment, he couldn't stop them and could only keep the five patriarchs busy. As for the others, he could only hope that young Lianchuang had a backup plan. However, he was very confident in her. She was a meticulous woman, so he felt that she definitely considered the possibility of such a situation. Thus, Yang Yi wasn't that worried. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Ching, who led the charge at him. He didn't waste his breath at all and just swung his sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Ching was blasted backwards repeatedly. But it only took a moment for Lu Yuntian and the others to surround Yang Yi. A moment later, Yang Yi was pushed over 3 kilometers back. Ching glanced at his palm. It has been sliced into two. If he hadn't retreated fast enough, his entire body may have been sliced into two. Strong. Extremely strong. That was his evaluation of Yang Yi. Ching stood there in silence for a moment, and then he took a deep breath and charged at Yang Yi again. If Yang Yi remained alive, the clan's future. The clan may not have a future. Besides the Li clan's patriarch, the other patriarchs were all at the 5th stage of the True Realm. Even though Yang Yi was using the Wargid's arm and the wooden sword, he still wasn't able to gain the upper hand against them, and he even showed signs of being suppressed. It was very normal because they were all experts who'd made a name for themselves a very long time ago. If Yang Yi didn't have the wooden sword and Wargid's arm, and if he hadn't advanced to the True Realm, then he wouldn't be able to fight their joint forces at all. Even then, they couldn't do anything to Yang Yi. At the very least, they couldn't kill him in a short amount of time. Because Yang Ye's attacks were truly too terrifying. Not one of them dared to go head-on against his attacks. That was the reason why such a situation had been created. However, they had time to waste, but Yang Yi couldn't. He couldn't endure the Wargid's arm for too long. Meanwhile, over 60 True Realm experts arrived before the formation around Heaven Void continent. Even though the formation was strong, it couldn't resist the joint forces of over 60 True Realm experts. In less than 10 breaths of time, the formation shattered beneath the power of their joint forces. Right when it shattered, countless rays of white light shot up into the air from within the city. These rays of white light instantly enveloped the True Realm experts in the sky. However, it didn't take long for all the rays of light to be obliterated. All formations were useless before absolute strength. "Summon our ancestor." Suddenly, a voice resounded from within Fecta City. It was Yang Lianchuang's voice. As soon as she gave the order, the space throughout the sky above Fecta City started to tremble lightly, and the frequency of trembling grew faster and faster. After that, a huge round platform made of energy appeared in the sky above Fecta City. At the same time, countless pillars of spirit energy shot up into the air and surged into the energy platform. Waves of terrifying aura gradually started to seep out from the platform. Ancestor summoning. Everyone here stopped fighting, including Ching and the others. All of them had quite solemn expressions on their faces as they gazed at the huge energy platform. Summoning their founding ancestor could be considered the final trump card of every clan, and it was their strongest trump card. The founding ancestor of every clan was an extraordinary genius, and it was naturally not that easy for such extraordinary geniuses to die. Or it should be said that most of them had surpassed the sixth stage of the true realm and arrived at a higher realm of cultivation. When they leave the medium universe, they usually leave behind a form of protection for their own clans. It may be their clone or a strand of their soul. Even though it was just a strand of their soul or a clone, one couldn't be careless when facing them, because they were from existences who had surpassed the sixth stage of the true realm. Moreover, they weren't just existences who had surpassed the sixth stage of the true realm. Every single one of them had been a monstrous genius, so their strengths couldn't be judged by convention at all. An ethereal figure gradually appeared on the platform. An old man in red robes. The old man's hair was crimson red, and there was a strange red symbol between his brows. The Yang clan's founding ancestor. Once the red-robed old man appeared there, everyone noticed that the space here started to tremble. It seemed like it was enduring some sort of terrifying force, and it was an extremely shocking sight. Qing and the others had solemn expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. The old man glanced at the surroundings, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. But it only took a while for his gaze to gradually become clear. In the end, his face fell. Who's the current patriarch? In just a moment, Yang Lianshuang was standing before the red-robed old man. She bowed slightly to him and said, "Ancestor." She spoke in a neither humble or proud manner. The red-robed old man's face fell. "You're my Yang clan's current patriarch?" Yang Lianshuang nodded. "Yes." The old man looked her in the eyes. "I said that no woman is to be the patriarch. Who let you take this position?" Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Lianshuang spoke indifferently. "I did." The old man asked, "Who dared to allow it?" Yang Lianshuang looked the red-robed old man in the eyes. "Those who objected are dead." The red-robed old man gazed at her for a long time. In the end, he spoke in a low voice. "You are an extraordinary genius." Yang Lianshuang glanced at the surroundings and said, "Ancestor, it's meaningless to be conflicted about that right now. While the Yang clan is in a hopeless situation right now, it won't truly die while Yang Yi and I are still alive. There'll be a day when it rises up again." The red-robed old man frowned. "Yang Yi?" Yang Lianshuang pointed at Yang Yi. "Him?" The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and then his frown deepened when he saw Yang Yi. He stared at Yang Yi for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. "I see now." Yang Yi glanced at the old man. "What do you mean?" The old man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, but didn't say a thing. He turned to look at Yang Lianshuang. "I knew that my Yang clan would face tribulation because of a woman, so I left a rule that prohibited a woman from being the patriarch. But I never expected that tribulation to still arrive." As he spoke, he looked up at Qing and the others, almost 70 true realm experts. Such extravagance. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and waved it. Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, 10 true realm experts were suddenly split into two. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically, including Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang, because even they hadn't been able to see how those experts had been killed. Meanwhile, the intent to retreat had arisen in the hearts of Qing and the others. Suddenly, the sixth-stage true realm expert from the Ying clan, Ying Yu, appeared here. He gazed at the red-robed old man and said, "He won't be able to launch many more attacks." At the same time, the red-robed old man waved his hand again. Hiss, 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 hiss. The bodies of 10 more true realm experts were instantly split apart again. However, the old man's body grew slightly more ethereal. Ying Yu stared at the old man. "Go on." The old man nodded slightly, and he waved his right hand again. This wave caused the bodies of 10 more true realm experts by Ying Yu's side to be instantly split apart. At this moment, all the true realm experts here felt fearful. No, it should be called terror. True terror. The old man's strength was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could resist at all. At this moment, all of them had the desire to retreat. Ying Yu said, "Can you attack again?" It wasn't that he didn't want to stop the old man. It was that he couldn't. Moreover, he couldn't flee, because fleeing would still equal death. Fortunately, he knew that the old man couldn't attack many times as he'd been there when the Ku clan's ancestor was summoned all those years ago. The Ku clan's ancestor had merely been able to attack 3 times. After all, it wasn't his real body. The red-robed old man didn't launch another attack, and he just gazed at young Lianshuang. Remember this? Descendants of the Yang clan can die, but they can't lose their backbone. Yang Lianshuang bowed respectfully to the old man. Farewell, ancestor. Yingyu and the others heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene, because if the old man could still attack, then they would really have to flee. Fortunately, the old man couldn't launch another attack. The red-robed old man's body grew increasingly ethereal. Right when he was about to vanish completely, he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. He didn't say anything and just gazed at Yang Yi with a trace of bewilderment and disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 1773 Crawl Through. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi flicked the sword, and it instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot back towards its owner. It was swift like a bolt of lightning. Lin Xing's pupils constricted, and his palm was covered in a sharp glow as he slapped it at the sword. Clang! Lin Xing stopped the sword with his palm. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared behind the sword, and then he tapped the end of its hilt. Hiss! The sword instantly transformed into a ray of light that passed through Lin Xing's palm, and a string of blood sprayed. At the same time, Lin Xing was even blasted almost 300 m back. Everyone here was flabbergasted, especially Mu Kanglin and the others. They'd been with Yang Yi for some time. In their opinion, he was a weak and spineless fellow who had bad natural talent and was afraid of death. In short, as far as they were concerned, Yang Yi was useless. Yet now, this scene before them had completely overturned their perception of Yang Yi. Even though it had only been a single attack, he was facing a quasi-emperor. Yet Head injured a quasi-emperor with a single attack. Moreover, Yang Yi was just a saint, so they were an entire realm of cultivation apart. Mu Kanglin stared fixedly at Yang Yi, as if she wanted to see through him again. As for Nan Shuang, her mouth was opened slightly as she gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. Yi Luyun was extremely shocked as well. Even though she felt that Yang Yi wasn't ordinary, she hadn't expected him to be so extraordinary. While Yang Yi had only displayed a little of his ability, only an idiot wouldn't be able to discern how very strong he was. He wasn't weaker to a quasi-emperor. He was comparable to a quasi-emperor while at the Saint Realm. That was something only monstrous geniuses could accomplish. Who is he? Yi Luyun and many others here had the same question in their minds. Yuan Feng clenched his fists tightly while excitement filled his eyes. Now, he was even more certain that Yang Yi was the disciple of the World Devastator cult's leader. At the moment Lin Xing's palm was pierced by the sword, the other quasi-emperors behind Lin Xing were about to charge forward, but they were stopped by the women in a blue dress. She glanced at Yang Yi, and then she gazed at Lin Xing. You wouldn't lose to an ant at the Saint Realm, right? Lin Xing's face became unsightly. A person's skill was obvious once that person took action. He knew that this fellow before him was extremely strong and not weaker to him at all. Of course, it didn't mean anything. After all, there were countless monstrous geniuses throughout this world. Had once been able to surmount his realm of cultivation to do battle as well. Even though Head suffered a slight injury, he was still confident. Lin Xing looked up towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Nan Shuang instead. I forgot to ask you, where do you want me to hit him? Nan Shuang gulped and was slightly hesitant. But she didn't hesitate for long before Yang Yi's encouraging smile, and it only took her a moment to speak softly. How about you hit his face first? It's his fault for being so rude. Yang Yi nodded, all right. How presumptuous of you. Meanwhile, Lin Xing roared furiously as he stomped his right foot against the ground, and his figure shot towards Yang Yi. At the same time, a sword suddenly appeared in front of him, and it emanated a ghastly and dazzling glow. Lin Xing took the sword in his right hand once he arrived before Yang Yi, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot at Yang Yi. Watch out! Nan Shuang hurriedly shouted out to Yang Yi when she witnessed this scene. Yang Yi grinned to her. He turned around and gazed at the ray of light which had arrived before him, and then he slammed his fist forward. Bang! The glow around Lin Xing was immediately dispersed when Yang Ye's fist shot forward, and the powerful force within his fist blasted Lin Xing almost 1 kilometer back. Lin Xing was shocked by this turn of events. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Xing was alarmed, and he immediately stabbed his sword at Yang Yi, but Yang Yi didn't attempt to dodge it at all. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of collision resounded, and Lin Xing's pupils constricted, because he felt like his sword had stabbed against iron. Not only had it been unable to break through Yang Ye's defenses, his arm felt numb instead. Slap! Meanwhile, a resounding slap resounded through the surroundings while the others watched with astonishment as Lin Xing's figure was slapped away. Everyone noticed a few teeth flying out of Lin Xing's mouth while accompanied by strands of blood. All the spectators had astonishment in their eyes when they witnessed this scene. He didn't have the ability to fight back at all. A quasi-emperor actually didn't have the ability to fight back against a saint. All of them were beyond shocked while Yuan Feng felt even more excited. It wasn't just Yuan Feng. All the other members of the Sword Alliance were the same. After all, they would be safe in this world if they had someone powerful to rely on. Nan Shuang should have felt happy when she witnessed this scene, but she was exceptionally calm. Since the moment had cancelled their betrothal, Nan Shuang had sworn to make Lin Xing aware that she wasn't the one who wasn't worth of him, and it was he who was unworthy of her. However, no matter how hard she worked, she who had no resources couldn't keep up to him at all. But she'd never given up. At the moment she gave her violet crystals to Yang Yi, she knew that it would be impossible for her to ever catch up to Lin Xing. At that moment, her obsession towards violet crystals had vanished, or it should be said that she'd awakened from her dream. When she saw Lin Xing just now, she really wanted to head over, slap him flying, and tell him that she wasn't the one who wasn't worth of him. She wanted to tell him that he was blind and wasn't worthy of her. However, she knew that she couldn't do that. At that moment, she felt lost and helpless. As for the moment Lin Xing intended to kill her, she knew that her life had come to its end. Was a quasi-emperor formidable? Actually, in her opinion, quasi-emperors were extremely formidable. However, Yang Yi had suddenly appeared before her. While she watched Yang Yi strike Lin Xing as Shed asked, she didn't feel any happiness in her heart. There was only worry there. She was worried that Yang Yi would cause trouble for himself, because Lin Xing was from the Dark Sky sect. So, Nan Shuang hurriedly ran over to Yang Ye's side and grabbed his arm when he was about to attack again, and then she shook her head. Forget it. Let's go. Yang Yi glanced at Nan Shuang and smiled. They'll do as you say. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Yuan Feng and the others. Let's go. Yuan Feng and the others from the Sword Alliance quickly followed behind Yang Yi. Yi Luyuan hesitated for a moment, and then she led her Soul Eater mercs behind Yang Ye's group. When Elder Imo from the Snow Lion mercs saw what Yi Luyuan was doing, he hurriedly led his group over as well. As for the other independent cultivators and mercenaries, they hesitated for a moment before quickly following behind Yang Ye's group as well. No one wanted to hand over their possessions to the Dark Sky sect. But the Dark Sky sect was formidable, so none dared to resist them. Yet now, someone had stepped forward to fight against the Dark Sky sect. Under the circumstances that they had someone to lead them into battle, they naturally chose to quickly seek protection from that person. After all, no one wanted to be oppressed by the Dark Sky sect. Watch out. Suddenly, Nan Shuang cried out involuntarily. Everyone looked over and saw that Lin Xing had suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Yang Yi. Unlike before, Lin Xing's figure carried a strand of powerful pressure. It was quasi-void rank sword intent. The others' hearts shook when they sensed that pressure, and they looked over at Yang Yi. At this moment, they naturally didn't wish for anything to happen to Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at Lin Xing, and then he just slammed his fist forward. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy swept out from Yang Ye's fist. Space instantly started rippling while the sword intent and glow on Lin Xing's figure had been dispersed in an instant. At the same time, Lin Xing was blasted flying again. This time, had been blasted around 3 kilometers away, and his figure was dragged back around 300 m more even after he descended to the ground. The pupils of all the other experts constricted, because Yang Yes attack only carried pure physical strength. A saint had used pure physical strength to render a quasi-emperor completely helpless. It made them wonder if he was a divine dragon or a man. All of them were extremely shocked. Yang Yi gazed at Nan Shuang, and then he pointed a finger at Lin Xing. You wouldn't feel unhappy if I kill him, right? Nan Shuang's heart couldn't help but tighten when she heard him, and then she hurriedly said, Why would I be unhappy? Yang Yi replied, Then it'll be killing him. Nan Shuang hesitated for a moment and said, Don't kill him, all right? Yang Yi shook his head inwardly when he heard her. She still has some feelings for him. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang added, If you kill him, the Dark Sky Sect will definitely not let you live. The Dark Sky Sect is very formidable. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he heard her, and then warmth flowed through his heart. So she was considering the consequences for me. Yang Yi rubbed Nan Shuang's head and smiled. They'll do as you ask. As he spoke, Yang Yes' figure flashed over to Lin Xing. Lin Xing was horrified and was just about to attack, but he felt a wave of pain come from his stomach before his figure was blasted flying again. At the moment his figure was blasted flying, the spatial ring on his finger had transformed into a ray of light that flew into Yang Yes' grasp. Yang Yi glanced at its contents. There were around 100 violet crystals within it. He shook his head and tossed the spatial ring to Nan Shuang. He's too poor. He only had 100 violet crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and continued to lead everyone away. Nan Shuang glanced at the spatial ring in her grasp, and her hand was trembling slightly. 100 violet crystals. 100. As for Gulan and the others, there was slight envy in their eyes. After all, while 100 violet crystals were nothing for a disciple of a sect like Lin Xing, it was a huge figure for mercenaries like them. But Yang Yi had tossed it to Nan Shuang like he was tossing trash away. Suddenly, the woman in a blue dress voice resounded, Stop right there. As soon as she finished speaking, the experts of the Dark Sky Sect immediately shot over and obstructed Yang Yi and the others' path. Their hearts shook while quite unsightly expressions arose on their faces. Meanwhile, the woman led the other 5 quasi-emperors of the Dark Sky Sect over to Yang Yi, and then she looked him in the eye. You think you're very strong? Yang Yi glanced at her and the others behind her before he said, My friends and I just want to leave, and we have no intention to go against the Dark Sky Sect. I'm serious. You just have to move aside, and we'll immediately vanish from your sight. The others behind Yang Yi quickly nodded when they heard him, because Yang Yi had spoken exactly what they were thinking. A slight smile curled up on the corners of the woman's mouth, and she stretched out her hand and pointed a finger at Yang Yi. Who do you think you are? Go against my Dark Sky Sect? Are you even qualified to do that? My Dark Sky Sect refuses to move aside today. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, We just want to leave. I'm serious. The others behind him hurriedly nodded to display their agreement. She walked over to Yang Yi, and then she moved her right leg sideways. She pointed at the gap between her legs and looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Don't say that my Dark Sky Sect didn't give you a chance. You want to leave? You can. Just go through there, and he'll let you leave. Chapter 1774. The Secret Sect. The young man was quite stunned when Yang Yi made the surrounding mountains collapse, and his expression changed when he saw Qing's group. 40 true realm experts. Such a force was extremely terrifying. Qing was just about to speak when the young man suddenly crushed a transmission talisman. In an instant, the sky shook violently. Qing and the others were quite stunned. What's he doing? Suddenly, they frowned because the sky started to tremble once more, and then over a dozen figures appeared here. All of them were true realm experts. The group was led by a black-robed old man, and the old man was a 5th-stage true realm expert. Besides that, all the others behind him were 4th-stage true realm experts. Moreover, their auras were exceptionally powerful. Qing and the others' faces fell when they saw this group of people. As for the black-robed old man's group, their faces similarly fell upon catching sight of Qing's group. Obviously, they hadn't expected so many experts to appear here. The atmosphere here instantly became tense. The black-robed old man gazed at the young man. What's going on? The young man moved over to the black-robed old man's side and said, Elder Su, someone suddenly appeared here just now. He said he's a member of the Ing clan, and he's here to crush our secret sect. Besides that, he asked us to come and receive death from him, and he'll instantly obliterate us if we dare to object. The black-robed old man and the others' faces turned gloomy when they heard this. Meanwhile, Ing Ching and the others' faces turned gloomy too. Yang Yi had led them into a trap. Ing Ching was about to speak when the black-robed old man suddenly gazed at Ing Ching and said, May I know which of the 8 clans do all of you represent? Or perhaps all 8 clans are here? Ing Ching replied, I'm the Ing clan's patriarch, Ing Ching. These are the patriarchs of the Li clan, Qing clan, Wang clan, and Lu clan. We're not here to attack the secret sect, and we're merely here to hunt and kill that man who this young brother met just now. As the patriarch of the Ing clan, Ing Ching naturally knew a little about the secret sect. It was a comparatively mysterious sect. Of course, the Ing clan didn't fear it, but he wasn't foolish enough to intentionally become enemies with the secret sect, because that was exactly what Yang Yi wanted, and it didn't benefit the Ing clan at all. The black-robed old man and the others' faces eased up slightly when they heard Ing Ching. Even though the secret sect was strong, it didn't want to become enemies with so many clans. Similarly, it didn't benefit them at all. Meanwhile, Ing Ching said, Everyone, we're only here to find Yang Yi, and Yang Yi has snuck into your secret sect. So, please allow us to enter and search for him. We'll leave once we find him. No, the black-robed old man suddenly said, the secret sect doesn't welcome outsiders. So, you can't enter. Ing Ching and the others' faces instantly became quite unsightly. Ing Ching said, What if we insist? This time, he wanted to uncover the veil over the secret sect and see its true strength. The black-robed old man spoke coldly in response. Why don't you try? Ing Ching was about to speak when the black-robed old man suddenly waved his right hand. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and then a huge circle of light appeared beneath everyone. A formation. It was clearly extremely powerful, and it covered a huge area. At the same time, numerous powerful auras suddenly appeared within the boundless mountain range, and then 3 old men appeared by the black-robed old man's side. All of them were at the True Realm, and they were even 5th-stage True Realm experts. 4 5th-stage True Realm experts. Needless to say, the experts from the 5 clans were shocked upon witnessing such a force. Even though 5th-stage True Realm experts weren't as rare as 6th-stage True Realm experts, they were extremely rare in the medium universe. But the secret sect actually had 4 of them. The secret sect's strength shocked them. However, the Ing clan and the others clearly couldn't back down right now. If they did, the entire medium universe would say that they were afraid of the secret sect. They couldn't afford to lose face like that. Ing Ching looked the black-robed old man in the eyes and said, Does the secret sect intend to fight our clans? The black-robed old man spoke indifferently. My secret sect doesn't interfere in the affairs of the outside world. However, not anyone can just try to bully us. Everyone, my secret sect doesn't want to interfere in your business with that fellow you spoke of, Yang Yi. Deal with your own business on your own. Ing Ching spoke solemnly, but he's in your secret sect. The black-robed old man frowned. He gazed at the young man. How did he get here? The young man thought for a moment and replied, Teleportation. It was our teleportation scroll. The old man's frown deepened. He gazed at an old man in a luxurious robe. Have we recruited anyone lately? The old man shook his head in response. No. I heard about him, and I intended to test him. However, I haven't gone yet. So, how could he possibly possess a teleportation scroll from our secret sect? The old man frowned. Then how did he get here? Ing Ching suddenly said, Everyone, Yang Yi is our sole target. So long as we find him, we'll leave immediately. Or perhaps the secret sect can drive him out, and then we'll deal with it ourselves outside the secret sect. As far as he was concerned, the most important matter at hand was to deal with Yang Yi. If conflict arose between them and the secret sect, then it would become even more troublesome for them. So, he wasn't being very aggressive. The black-robed old man fell silent. He similarly didn't want conflict to arise between them. A short while passed before he flew up into the air, and he said, Yang Yi, no matter how you entered my secret sect, you're not welcome here. So, please leave. Leave? Yang Yi shook his head while he hid in the shadows. He would never leave. Even though that was quite shameless, he had no other choice. Because going out there was no different than accepting death. Visit Rieadl. Me for extra chapters. The old man's face turned gloomy when he received no response. Meanwhile, Ingqing suddenly said, that won't work on him. He's shameless and extremely crafty. We have to use force to flush him out. The old man glanced at Ingqing, and then he glanced at the surroundings. In an instant, everything in a huge area appeared within his divine sense. However, he didn't notice Yang Yi. Ingqing said, don't waste your energy. His skill in concealment is something even 6th-stage true realm experts would find difficult to see through. The only way to force him to show himself is to search every corner of your secret sect. The black-robed old man suddenly looked at Ingqing. I have a question. What realm of cultivation is he in? The true realm. Ingqing spoke in a low voice. He knew Yang Yi was at the true realm because Ing Yu told him. The old man asked, which stage? Ingqing replied, the 1st stage. The black-robed old man was astounded. 40 true realm experts were pursuing a 1st stage true realm cultivator, and you actually let him get away? The others behind the black-robed old man gazed at Ingqing's group with strange gazes as well. Ingqing and the others' faces instantly became unsightly when they heard this. It was an extremely embarrassing fact. Meanwhile, Lu Yuntian said, we have to admit that using such a force to hunt him down is quite embarrassing. However, you won't think the same way if you know how terrifying he is. Is that so? The black-robed old man's tone was very indifferent. Obviously, he felt that Lu Yuntian was making up excuses. He'd seen many geniuses, but he'd never seen a genius capable of fighting dozens at once. How monstrous is that fellow, Yang Yi? Meanwhile, Ingqing shook his head. Let's not waste more time. Our objective is very clear. Either allow us to go inside the secret sect and search for him, or drive him out for us and we'll deal with him ourselves. I think that even your secret sect doesn't want to become enemies with us for someone who isn't even linked to your secret sect, right? The secret sect would naturally not become enemies with the Ing clan's coalition for Yang Ye's sake. Moreover, Yang Yi had entered the secret sect without permission, and that was against the secret sect's rules. The black-robed old man glanced at the surroundings and said, notify the secret guard to find him. It didn't take long for all the experts behind him to leave, and then countless powerful auras appeared throughout the boundless mountain range. They were searching every inch of the area. Ingqing and the others exchanged glances but didn't say anything. Since the secret sect had made it stand clear, they naturally wouldn't be pushy. Moreover, the secret sect clearly didn't want Yang Yi in their territory. So, all they had to do was wait until Yang Yi appeared. The black-robed old man glanced at Ingqing's group and said, I'm quite curious. What did Yang Yi do to make all of you send such a force to pursue and kill him? What did Yang Yi do? Ingqing and the others didn't answer the old man. Could they say that Yang Yi had gone to the Ing clan on his own, and then destroyed the Ing clan's main city? That was an embarrassment for the Ing clan, and Ingqing didn't want to mention it again. The black-robed old man didn't ask again when he received no reply. He just gazed at the old man in a luxurious robe. Go investigate. The old man nodded slightly and vanished on the spot. In the boundless mountain range, Yang Yi hid himself in a natural cave. During this period, many divine senses had swept by, but they didn't notice him. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. I lose if you can find me. Stop hiding. I know you're in there. Suddenly, a voice resounded within the cave. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1775. The Wooden Sword versus the Primordial Pagoda. The voice was quite familiar to Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for him to figure out who it belonged to. It was that woman in a white dress who had given him the teleportation scroll outside Sword Immortal City. But how did she find me? Yang Yi didn't think too much about it and just walked out of the cave. There was a woman standing at the cave's entrance. and it was the woman in a white dress. Yang Yi asked, "How did you find me?" Suddenly, a ray of white light flashed, and then Snowy appeared before him with the wooden sword in her grasp. Snowy pointed at the wooden sword. The wooden sword did it. Yang Yi glanced at the wooden sword. He hadn't expected it to reveal his location to the woman. Meanwhile, she suddenly asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She replied coldly, "The Ying clan and those other clans outside." Yang Yi said, "They were pursuing me." She asked, "So you came to the secret sect?" Yang Yi nodded. She looked him in the eyes. "Do you want the secret sect to fight with them and then benefit from it?" Yang Yi shook his head. "No, that's not my intention. I just didn't have a place to go. Of course, if the secret sect doesn't want me here, then I can leave right now." I wasn't a fool. So, he would naturally not think that he could make the secret sect fight those 5 clans for him. After all, the higher-ups of the secret sect and those clans were no fools. If they hadn't noticed his presence, then he would naturally not leave. At the very least, he wouldn't leave right now. Yet now, she'd found him, so staying here would be no different than intentionally creating trouble for them. He didn't want the secret sect to become an enemy of his as well. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to turn around and walk away. "Wait." Suddenly, she said, "You can leave, but leave the sword behind." Yang Yi gazed at the wooden sword, and then he tossed it over to her. Snowy blinked and was about to take it back, but Yang Yi suddenly stopped her. "Leave it." He really didn't want the wooden sword anymore. It had actually exposed his whereabouts. Fortunately, the woman didn't have any ill intent. Otherwise, he would probably be surrounded by a few dozen true realm experts by now. Snowy instantly seemed sad when she heard Yang Yi, and her eyes were even filled with pearls of tears. Yang Yi released her and said, "Go stay with it then." Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Snowy was stunned for a moment, and then she seemed to have understood something. Her tears instantly surged out from her eyes. She immediately flashed over to Yang Yi, grabbed his arm tightly, and then looked at him with a pitiable gaze. Yang Ye's heart hurt when he saw her like that, and his expression eased up. "It's not one of us. So, leave it, all right?" Snowy hurriedly nodded. This time, she didn't dare to be mischievous. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and said, "I'll find a better sword for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he took her in his arms and intended to leave. However, the wooden sword suddenly appeared in front of him, and then it transformed into a ray of light that entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi had an indifferent expression on his face as he immersed his consciousness into his body, and he said, "Kick it out." The primordial pagoda shook violently, and then a wave of powerful energy instantly enveloped the wooden sword within the pagoda. The wooden sword didn't just stand by idly, and it resisted the primordial pagoda. Rays of sword energy flashed out incessantly from within it. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched. "It's really brave. It even dares to resist the primordial pagoda." Obviously, the primordial pagoda was infuriated by this. A wave of energy that was even stronger than the last one enveloped the wooden sword, and the rays of sword energy were instantly obliterated. A moment later, a ray of light flashed out from Yang Ye's chest, and the wooden sword appeared 3 kilometers away. It had been kicked out. The wooden sword shook slightly, and then it transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Ye's body. However, not even half a breath of time passed before it was kicked out again. Just like that, the wooden sword kept trying to enter the primordial pagoda, but failed to do so. In the end, it gave up. It went over to Yang Yi. Or to be more precise, it went over to Snowy. The latter glanced at the wooden sword before looking away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "I don't care what kind of sword you are. You have your own temper, and I understand that. After all, everyone with strength has a temper. But what I want to tell you is that I have a temper of my own. Since we can't get along with each other, then let's go our separate ways." Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. He was really displeased by the fact that the wooden sword had exposed his whereabouts. It wouldn't be a problem if the wooden sword had asked his permission, but it hadn't. It has exposed his whereabouts to the woman without his consent. If the woman in a white dress notified the secret sect and the Ing clan's coalition, then it was obvious what would happen. Most importantly, this incident allowed him to realize that the wooden sword really wasn't on the same side as him. However, Yang Yi hadn't even taken 2 steps away when the wooden sword appeared in front of him again. Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, the woman in a white dress spoke abruptly. It didn't have any ill intent when it exposed your whereabouts. It was because it thought you were here to see me. Yang Yi shook his head. It isn't important. He gazed at the wooden sword and continued, no matter what, we've worked together on many occasions, so let's just part ways peacefully. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The wooden sword shook slightly and seemed to be saying something. The woman's expression changed when she witnessed this scene, and her eyes had a trace of disbelief in them. She knew what the wooden sword was saying. It was actually admitting its mistakes. Moreover, it was guaranteeing that it would absolutely not expose his whereabouts again, unless it gained his permission. It's admitting its mistakes. She stared at Yang Yi as if she wanted to see through him. Yang Yi naturally understood what the wooden sword meant. He hadn't expected it to actually admit its mistakes because it was extremely proud, and that was obvious from how it dared to fight the primordial pagoda just now. But it was admitting its mistakes now. Yang Yi knew that a huge reason for that was definitely Snowy and the primordial pagoda. The wooden sword was very close to Snowy. Snowy didn't want to leave it, and it didn't want to leave Snowy. Yang Yi looked down at Snowy, and she was looking up at him. She blinked and wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. However, how could Yang Yi not know what she was thinking? She wanted to plead on behalf of the wooden sword, but she was afraid that he would get angry. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and said, "As long as you like it." Snowy blinked when she heard him, and then her eyes lit up. She'd clearly understood what he meant. So, she pulled the wooden sword over to her, but the smile on her face vanished. She pointed her little claw at it, and then started to wave about the other claw while a serious expression covered her tiny face. Snowy was educating the wooden sword. The gist of it was that the wooden sword shouldn't offend Yang Yi again or tell anyone where Yang Yi and her were. The wooden sword had no objections towards Snowy's requests, and it agreed to every one of them. Of course, it actually didn't really understand everything. It wasn't the only one which didn't understand. Even Snowy didn't really understand. In any case, she just didn't want it to make Yang Yi angry because Yang Yi was extremely terrifying when he was angry. In the end, Snowy happily returned to the primordial pagoda with the wooden sword in her arms. This time, the primordial pagoda didn't stop the wooden sword from entering. Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer, and he immediately turned around and walked away. But he'd only taken 2 steps when he seemed to have thought of something, and he turned to look at the woman. "I'm not trying to keep it, it chose to stay with me. So, I hope you understand." The woman in a white dress fell silent. What could she do? Did the wooden sword belong to the secret sect? Not really. It would be fine if the wooden sword chose her, but it wanted to go with Yang Yi. So, if she forced Yang Yi to hand it over, she would be bullying him. But the fellow before her wasn't that easy to bully. Yang Yi didn't say another word. He just turned around and walked away. However, the woman suddenly spoke. "I'll take you to the secret sect." Yang Yi turned to look at her, and she said, "You won't be able to leave. The formation has been activated and countless experts are guarding the area. Even the slightest movement will be noticed by them." Yang Yi said, "Going to the secret sect with you will cause trouble for all of you." She replied, "We can deal with it. Come with me." She vanished on the spot. Yang Yi shrugged and quickly followed after her. It didn't take long for them to arrive before a mountain that towered into the clouds. Yang Yi asked, "The secret sect is up there?" She nodded slightly and then gazed at Yang Yi. "Stay here for now. I'll go tell them that you've left the secret sect." Yang Yi asked, "Will they believe you?" She replied indifferently, "They have to even if they don't want to." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around with the intent to leave. But she seemed to have thought of something and turned back to look at Yang Yi. "Stay here and don't go anywhere. Your presence here can't be exposed yet, because no one in my secret sect knows you. If you're found, no one will be able to help you." Yang Yi nodded. "All right, I won't go anywhere." She nodded and vanished on the spot. After she left, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and hid in a corner. Around 15 minutes later, a ray of white light suddenly floated through the sky. Yang Yi looked up at it, and then the ray of light suddenly stopped and descended before Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw the person before him, and he said, "It's you." Chapter 1776. I can fight a few experts like you. It was a woman. Yang Yi recognized her because it was the woman in a white dress who'd left just now. However, she wasn't wearing a white dress but a black dress. Moreover, her bearing wasn't quite similar. She gazed coldly at Yang Yi. "Who are you?" Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "You're not her." At this moment, Yang Yi noticed that this woman in a black dress and the woman in a white dress weren't quite the same. Moreover, if they were the same person, then how could she not recognize him? The woman frowned. "You know her." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "She brought me here and asked me to wait here for us." "She brought you here?" The woman in a black dress's frown deepened. "Who are you? Why did she bring you in here?" Yang Yi shrugged. "Why don't you wait for her and ask her yourself?" The woman sized up Yang Yi and said, "You're that fellow, Yang Yi, who trespassed into my secret sect." Yang Yi slowly clenched his left fist. Meanwhile, she said, "I never expected her to collude with outsiders." "How truly?" Suddenly, her voice stopped abruptly while her expression changed. It was because a sword had arrived before her forehead, and it was absolutely fast. Yang Yi had no intention to kill, and he merely wanted to restrain her. However, he'd underestimated her strength. She'd vanished on the spot when his sword was still a few inches away from her forehead. At the same time, a black lotus appeared in front of Yang Yi. A moment later, the black lotus exploded, and countless black petals enveloped Yang Yi. However, it only took an instant for the black petals to vanish. Yang Yi didn't launch another attack because she'd created distance between them. So, restraining her with a single move was clearly impossible. But if he couldn't accomplish that and entered into a battle with her, then the commotion created would be too alarming. But the woman clearly refused to let the matter rest, and she was about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly withdrew the wooden sword, and she was instantly stunned upon laying eyes on it. She stared at Yang Yi. "What's it doing in your possession?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Just ask her when she gets back." The woman was quite displeased when Yang Yi refused to answer her, but she didn't attack again. Obviously, it was because of the wooden sword. So, they entered into a stalemate. Meanwhile, Qing and the others had extremely gloomy expressions on their faces as they stood there near a mountain range. It was because the members of the secret sect said that Yang Yi had left the secret sect. They naturally didn't believe it, and they wanted to go in and search, but the secret sect insisted on refusing their request. So, the atmosphere here became tense again. If they searched by force, it represented that they may enter into war with the secret sect. Even though they didn't know how strong the secret sect really was, the joint forces of their 5 clans didn't have to fear it at all. However, the secret sect didn't fear them either. After all, this was the secret sect's territory. A long moment of silence later, Qing suddenly gazed at the black-robed old man. "Since he has left, then we won't bother you anymore. Farewell." Qing led the others with him as he vanished on the spot. One of the old men by the black-robed old man's side spoke solemnly, "They won't give up." The black-robed old man fell silent for a few breaths of time, and then he gazed at the woman in a white dress who stood by his side. "Yunqian, is that sword really in Yang Ye's possession?" She nodded. "It is." Moreover, while it hasn't acknowledged him as its master, it isn't willing to leave his side. The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice. "Come, let's go meet him." He vanished with the others once he finished speaking. Outside the secret sect, Lu Yuntian spoke solemnly. "Brother Ing, Yang Yi possessed the secret sect's teleportation formation, so there's definitely a link between him and the secret sect. Moreover, he's definitely still in there." Qing nodded. "I know. But do you want us to fight the secret sect? Even though we don't have to fear them, we gain nothing from fighting them. Moreover, our clans need time to rest and recuperate." Lu Yuntian asked, "Then what about Yang Yi?" Qing fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "Send some forces to watch the area outside the secret sect. He can't stay there forever. Besides that, gather the resources of our clans and search for Yang Lianshuang and the survivors of the Yang clan." Lu Yuntian spoke solemnly. "Are we really going to ignore Yang Yi?" Qing replied, "I'll ask my Ying clan's ancestor to talk with the secret sect's higher-ups and see if we're able to make the secret sect hand Yang Yi over. If they refuse, then we'll have no choice but to think of something else." "All right, it's decided." Qing seemed like he'd grown many years older in an instant. Qing wasn't the only one like that. The others had quite unsightly expressions on their faces too. They were helpless against Yang Yi for now, but once Yang Yi grew further, they could imagine what sort of revenge their clans would have to face. In a short time from now, Yang Yi may become their nightmares. The secret sect. At this moment, Yang Yi was still in confrontation with the woman in a black dress, but they weren't fighting. Not too long passed before the black-robed old man and the woman in a white dress appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the woman in a white dress, and then glanced at the woman in a black dress. Needless to say, they were definitely twins, because they looked too much like each other. If it wasn't for their clothes, it would be impossible to differentiate between them. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Yun Xin glanced at the woman in a black dress and frowned slightly. "It's you." The woman in a black dress glanced coldly at Yun Xin, and then she vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi. Or to be more precise, he was looking at the wooden sword in Yang Ye's grasp. He gazed at the wooden sword for a long time. In the end, he gazed at Yang Yi. "I don't care what kind of enmity you have with the Ying clan and those other clans. My secret sect can give you protection, but you have to work with my secret sect and obey my secret sect's commands." Yang Yi was stunned upon hearing this, and then he shook his head and chuckled. "Old man, I think you've made a mistake. I don't need your secret sect's protection, and I don't need charity from others. I came here to fulfill my promise, not to seek protection from your secret sect." The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "You're very stubborn. Leave then." "Right. The Ying clan and those other clans are still outside." Obviously, he was certain that Yang Yi wouldn't dare to leave. However, would Yang Yi be afraid of leaving? Yang Yi didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. A breath of time later, he'd arrived at the exit of the secret sect. But right when he was about to leave, the black-robed old man and woman in a white dress appeared in front of him. The black-robed old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "You have quite the temper. But do you think my secret sect is a place you can come and go at will?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Old man, you have to realize that it's your secret sect that made me come, and I didn't come here because I wanted to. As for leaving, it's you who asked me to leave." He paused for a moment and continued, "Actually, it's pointless to say all of that, because you clearly intend to look for trouble. Since that's the case, then allow me to be honest. The Ying clan and those other clans sent 40 true realm experts to hunt me down. I'd like to know how many your secret sect has prepared." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked the old man in the eyes. His gaze was extremely calm, but it was filled with aggression. The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "You're very confident." Yang Yi walked over to the old man. "Allow me to be honest. Old man, I can fight a few experts like you." Yun Xin's eyelids twitched when she heard him. Yang Yi wasn't someone who likes to show off. All he knew was that one couldn't be too nice. One had to be arrogant when necessary. Because if one didn't act arrogantly, others would think you were a weakling and try to bully you. It was like how even if a person was no match for an enemy in battle, so long as that person dared to fight the battle and risked his or her life in the fight, then that enemy wouldn't dare to rashly bully that person anymore. The weak were afraid of the strong were afraid of the ruthless were afraid of those who disregarded their lives, and those who disregarded their lives were afraid of the madman. So, if it was necessary, one had to be more ruthless and madder in life. The old man chuckled. "Why don't you give it a try?" Yang Yi nodded, and then he swung his sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the black-robed old man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. He hadn't even stopped himself when Yang Yi appeared behind him. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and the old man was blasted over 1 kilometer away again. Just like that, in less than a dozen breaths of time, the old man was pushed back incessantly. He was completely suppressed in battle, and he couldn't even fight back. Yun Qian was stunned by this scene. The old man was at the 5th adage of the true realm. However, he couldn't even fight back against Yang Yi. Is this Yang Ye's strength? It's that terrifying? Yang Ye's current strength wasn't sufficient to fight 6th adage true realm experts, but it was enough to fight 5th adage true realm experts. Coupled with the fact that he'd launched a sudden attack and had taken the old man by surprise, that was why such a scene had been created. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi stopped after blasting the old man back again. He just looked at the old man and said, "Old man, see that? I've only been using one hand until now. Just one hand." Yang Yi even waved his left hand on purpose while he spoke. Chapter 1777. A Head. The black-robed old man had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. After all, he couldn't even fight back against a junior. Needless to say, he was truly shocked by Yang Ye's strength. At this moment, he understood why the Ying Clan's coalition had sent so many experts to pursue Yang Yi. This fellow was no ordinary expert. A moment of silence ensued, and then the old man gazed at Yang Yi. "I underestimated you." Yang Yi chuckled. "It's fine. I don't mind. Old man, I've never intended to become enemies with your secret sect. Since I'm not welcome here, I'm not shameless enough to stay. I'll leave now." He turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man suddenly said, "Young brother, I'm sorry if what I said offended you. I hope you don't take it to heart. Right, my secret sect warmly welcomes you." Yang Yi stopped and turned to look at the old man. He smiled. "Senior, what are you saying? Do I look like someone who's petty?" "No, everyone who knows me is aware that I'm extremely magnanimous." The corners of the old man's mouth twitched slightly. "Magnanimous? I really didn't notice." Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "I was going to leave, but since the secret sect is so welcoming, wouldn't I be disrespectful to the secret sect if I left now? So, I can't leave. I have to stay." The black-robed old man and Yun Qian really wanted to hit him right now. Just like that, Yang Yi stayed behind. He traveled with the old man and Yun Qian to the mountain from before. The old man suddenly said, "Actually, this can't be considered to be the secret sect." Yang Yi asked, "It's just the outer area?" The old man nodded. "Come, let's head up there." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure soared up into the sky and towards the mountain peak. Yang Yi and Yun Qian followed closely behind the old man. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the top of the mountain. Yang Yi was quite shocked when he arrived here. There were numerous luxurious palaces here. There were quite a few of them, but the main point was that they were extremely huge. Yang Yi gazed at the old man. "This is just the outer area of the secret sect?" The old man nodded. "This is where the outer court disciples reside. Come, let me take you to the sect master." He vanished into the distance. Yang Yi and Yun Qian immediately followed after him. In next to no time, the black-robed old man led them to a teleportation platform, and then they appeared in a gorge. The gorge wasn't very large, and it was surrounded by mountains. There was a palace far in the depths of the gorge. It wasn't very large, but it felt ancient. At the same time, Yang Yi sensed numerous concealed auras, and they were extremely powerful. The secret sect isn't ordinary at all. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and became slightly more vigilant. In next to no time, they entered the palace, but it was empty. The old man said, "Wait a moment. The sect master will be here shortly." Yang Yi nodded and glanced at the surroundings. It wasn't very large, but the hall was covered in strange symbols. A formation. There was a formation in the hall. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in the hall. Yang Ye's expression became extremely solemn when he saw the middle-aged man. The 6th adage of the true realm. Moreover, while the middle-aged man was at the 6th adage of the true realm, just like Yang Xiang, the middle-aged man's aura was much stronger. It was the secret sect's master, Sumu. Sumu gazed at Yang Yi. A long time passed before he nodded slightly. "Not bad. Not bad. The black-robed old man's expression changed slightly when he heard Sumu. That's a really high evaluation. After all, the sect master of the secret sect had been an extraordinary genius in the past, and he was extremely picky. Not to mention in the outside world, even some of the extraordinary geniuses in the secret sect were below his standards. Yet now, he said Yang Yi was not bad, but it was normal. Because if even Yang Yi was below his standards, then his standards would be absolutely unusual. Meanwhile, Sumu suddenly waved his right hand, and then the wooden sword in Yang Ye's grasp flew over to him. There was a wisp of complicated emotions in his eyes as he gazed at the wooden sword. Do you know its origins? Yang Yi shook his head in response. Sumu replied, Actually, even I don't know the answer. All I know is that it fell down from the sky. Yang Yi was puzzled. It fell down from the sky? Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Sumu nodded slightly. It fell down with something else. Something else? Yang Yi asked, What else? Sumu fell silent for a moment and replied, Ahead. Ahead. Yang Yi frowned. Can you give me a bit more details? Sumu nodded. Many years ago, something fell from the sky, and it was that head in this sword. This sword was stabbed into the head. In the beginning, the seniors of my secret sect thought the head was dead, but it was actually still alive. It was alive? Yang Yi asked. What do you mean? Sumu shook his head slightly. This sword was suppressing the head. In the beginning, it was still able to manage that, but as time passed, the head grew stronger while it weakened. Because during its fight with the head sealed it instead. It was sealed? Yang Yi was astounded. So, even its true form can't defeat that head? Sumu replied, You have to realize that it's just a sword. No matter how strong it is, its strength is limited without someone using it. But that head definitely doesn't belong to an ordinary person. Because even 6th Adage True Realm experts were practically incapable of fighting back against it. And that was even during the time that it was being suppressed. He paused for a moment and continued. My secret sect intended to ignore the sword and head, but in the end, we had no choice but to deal with it. Because someone from the large universe sent word that my secret sect must help the sword suppress the head. Yang Yi asked, Why didn't they come down here themselves? They can't. Sumu continued. There's a difference in strength even between ancient cultivators. For some unknown reason, the strongest amongst them set up powerful barriers around the 3 universes in the Milky Way system. We can't head down to the small universe, and they can't come down to the medium universe. Of course, not everyone is unable to come down here. For example, those ancient cultivators who set up the barrier should be able to come down here. Yang Yi nodded. The old man in Taoist robes was probably one of the strongest because he'd come down, and it had even been a clone of his. As for Shao-Chi and the others, it may be because of the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Sumu said, Since they wanted us to help this sword suppress the head, it naturally came with benefits. The benefit was that they would use a special method to send down some powerful cultivation techniques and combat techniques every 5 years. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, This can be considered the main reason why my secret sect is so strong. However, later on, we noticed that the head's strength surpassed our imagination. Coupled with the fact that the sword was sealed by it, if our sect master wasn't close friends with the Wu clan's Wu Mu and gained his help, my secret sect may have vanished from the word. Wu Mu. Yang Yi hadn't imagined that Wu Mu had actually come here and helped the secret sect. But it did make sense because the sword had been in the Wu clan, so it was definitely linked to the Wu clan. Meanwhile, Sumu continued, However, even an extraordinary genius like Wu Mu wasn't able to destroy that head. In the end, Wu Mu was only able to join forces with the experts of my secret sect and seal the head. He took the sword with him in the hopes that he could find a powerful sword cultivator to help unseal it. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. My current strength isn't sufficient to unseal the wooden sword. The wooden sword had to absorb powerful sword energy to undo the seal, but his current sword intent wasn't sufficient. Sumu nodded. I noticed. Yang Ye's face darkened. This fellow really doesn't have a way with words. Meanwhile, Sumu added, But since it has chosen to follow you, there's definitely something extraordinary about you. Something extraordinary? Yang Yi shook his head. It would definitely not follow me if it wasn't for the primordial pagoda and snowy. Right. Yang Yi suddenly said, why didn't you try to move the head somewhere else? Why keep it in the secret sect? Sumu laughed bitterly. It's pointless. My secret sect helped this sword seal him, so his hatred towards my secret sect is beyond your imagination. Once he escapes, the first he'll annihilate is my secret sect. True. Yang Yi nodded. It hadn't been the secret sect's business, but the secret sect had helped the wooden sword seal the head in order to gain benefits. So, anyone in such a situation would feel resentful. Meanwhile, Sumu said, after so many years, the seal which Wu Mu left behind has started to weaken. It won't be long before the seal vanishes completely. So, I asked Yunxian to find the wooden sword and bring it back. We have no choice this time, and the wooden sword doesn't have a choice either. We can only fight it to the death. Yang Yi glanced at Sumu. If he was being honest, he wanted to flee right now. He didn't want to get involved in the enmity between the secret sect and that head. After all, since it had fallen from the sky, it was obviously not something normal. Actually, there was a person who could kill the head. Sumu spoke softly. Unfortunately, that person refused to do so. Yang Yi asked, who? Sumu replied, a sword cultivator, a powerful sword cultivator. A sword cultivator? Yang Yi was stunned, and it didn't take long for him to think of a certain person. Chapter 1778. Above the true rank? Who did Yang Yi think of? The unfettered one. If it was a powerful sword cultivator, it was naturally the unfettered one. Meanwhile, Sumu added, his attainments in the sword Dao were truly terrifying. I've never seen someone as formidable as him. Yang Yi asked, he's called the unfettered one, right? Sumu gazed at Yang Yi. You know him? Yang Yi nodded. He's from Merak's system, just like me. No wonder. Sumu nodded slightly. He came to my secret sect to challenge our previous sect master. After our sect master lost to him, our sect master asked him to help seal the head. So, he went there. Yang Yi asked, why didn't he do it? Sumu replied, he only attacked it once. The head spoke arrogantly when he went to see it. The head said he would let the unfettered one hit him 3 times. But the unfettered one only attacked once. That attack almost obliterated the head. Yang Yi felt speechless. Sumu continued. Unfortunately, he didn't do anything else after that and just left. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Sumu had quite an unnatural expression on his face. In the end, he shook his head and said, he said that he refuses to bully an incomplete person. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Sumu said, our previous sect master requested his help again, but he ignored our previous sect master's request. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, young brother, this is the wooden sword's origins. This enmity has nothing to do with you, but it is linked to the wooden sword. Since the wooden sword is with you now, you are unable to escape all of this. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Sumu explained, that head doesn't hate my secret sect the most. He hates this sword the most. Once he escapes, the first thing he destroys may be this sword. But the sword is with you now. So, do you think you'll be able to escape? Unless you abandon this sword, of course. Yang Yi fell silent. Sumu walked over to Yang Yi. This is how karma works. When you obtain something, its karma coils around you. Just like my secret sect, we allowed the karma of the wooden sword and that head to coil around us in order to obtain the treasures from the large universe. So, my secret sect has to suffer this tribulation. Yang Yi said, you're very right. If there's a cause, there's an effect. But senior, your strength far surpasses my own, and your secret sect's overall strength surpasses my strength by countless times. If even you are helpless against that head, then what can I do? I'm not trying to run away from this problem, but I really can't help. Sumu spoke in a low voice. I know. Yang Yi was about to speak when Sumu suddenly gazed at him. So, I've decided to use the secret sect's full might to help you improve your strength and unseal this sword. Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this. Use the entire secret sect strength to help me improve my strength? Just to help me unseal the wooden sword? Meanwhile, Sumu added, don't look at me like that. I'm serious. Yang Yi glanced at Sumu. The condition is that I help seal the head? Sumu nodded. Besides that, you have to join the secret sect. Join the secret sect? Yang Yi shook his head. Sorry, I belong to the Yang clan. Sumu replied, I know. That isn't a problem. You can hold two identities at once. My secret sect won't stop you, but if my secret sect needs your help in the future, you just have to help within the scope of your ability. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he nodded. All right. It was a very good thing for him, so he would naturally not refuse it. Sumu nodded slightly and flipped his right hand. A dark green robe appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was puzzled. What's that? Sumu replied, the uniform of an elder in my secret sect. From this moment onward, you're an honorary elder of my secret sect, and no one can give you orders. Yang Yi was puzzled. An honorary elder? Why? Meanwhile, the black-robed old man spoke abruptly. It's naturally to help you avoid trouble. If you wear that, the disciples of the secret sect won't look for trouble with you. Of course, we're not afraid that something will happen to you. We're afraid something will happen to them. How terrifying was Yang Yi's strength. While the secret sect had numerous geniuses, and all of them were top-rate geniuses, their genius wasn't enough before Yang Yi. Besides that, Yang Yi wasn't a person who was easy to deal with. So, their solution was to stop others from looking for trouble with him. Yang Yi rubbed his nose. Do I look like someone who likes to cause trouble? Normally, he never caused trouble. Meanwhile, Sumu gazed at the old man, and the latter nodded slightly before looking at Yang Yi. Young Master Yang, come with me? Yang Yi asked. Where are we going? The old man replied, the martial pavilion. Every sect master of my secret sect will leave behind their experience and comprehensions there. They were once the monstrous geniuses of the medium universe. So, I believe that it should be helpful to you. Yang Yi nodded, all right. Meanwhile, Sumu suddenly gazed at Yun Qian. Yun Qian, you go too. Yun Qian was slightly stunned, and then she quickly said, thank you, sect master. Just like that, the black-robed old man left them out of the hall. Meanwhile, in the hall, after Yang Yi and the others left, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Sumu. The black shadow spoke solemnly. Are you really going to place all our hopes on him? Sumu replied with a question. What else can we do? The black shadow asked. Why? Sumu fell silent for a moment, and then he said, because that sword is willing to follow him. It's so proud that even the past sect masters of our secret sect have been unable to subdue it. Even Wumu couldn't subdue it. Yet now, it's willing to follow someone. Do you think that person is ordinary? The black shadow spoke in a low voice. Just because of that? Sumu shook his head slightly and withdrew a scroll. All the information about him is in it. Take a look. The scroll flew over to the black shadow while he spoke. A long time passed before the black shadow spoke solemnly. He's outstanding. Sumu nodded, and then he looked up at the sky. There was a trace of worry in his eyes, but it didn't take long for the worry in his eyes to be transformed into icy coldness. The martial pavilion. The black-robed old man led them to a pavilion. The pavilion wasn't huge, and it only had 3 levels. Actually, it seemed quite small. This is a forbidden area of my secret sect. The black-robed old man spoke abruptly. Ordinary members of the sect aren't allowed to enter this place. Even I'm not allowed to enter it. Go on in. Yang Yi nodded, and then he entered the first level with Yun Qian. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. As soon as they walked in, an old man in a luxurious robe appeared before them. Yang Yi's face became solemn when he saw the old man. A 6th-stage True Realm expert. The old man was actually a 6th-stage True Realm expert. The old man sized up Yang Yi and Yun Qian, and then he said, mind your actions in here. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Yi and Yun Qian exchanged glances. In the end, they started walking forward. It didn't take long for them to stop. There were 3 pillars of light in front of them, and there was a memorial tablet on each of them. Yun Qian's gaze descended onto the tablet at the center. I choose this one. Yang Yi asked, "Why?" Yun Xian replied, "Because this sect master is female." Yang Yi gazed at the pillar. Sure enough, there was a name there, Ling Xiu. She was the 14th sect master of my secret sect. Yun Xian spoke solemnly. She attained the 6th stage of the true realm at the age of 40. At the age of 40, Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. That's absolutely monstrous talent. Meanwhile, Yun Xian walked over to the pillar and then sat cross-legged on the ground. In an instant, the pillar of light lit up, and then a woman in a cloud-white dress appeared before it. The woman seemed to be around the age of 20. She wasn't drop-dead gorgeous, but she had a dignified aura. After she appeared here, Yang Yi noticed that Yun Xian had become quite nervous. Ling Xiu's gaze descended onto Yun Xian. She sized up Yun Xian, and then she frowned slightly. Yun Xian's countenance instantly turned ghastly pale upon witnessing this scene. A moment of silence ensued, and then Ling Xiu shook her head. "Your natural talent is too low." As soon as she finished speaking, she intended to return to the pillar of light. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "What do you think about my natural talent?" She gazed at Yang Yi. An instant later, she said, "Ordinary." Suddenly, a sword appeared before Ling Xiu's forehead. "How dare you?" Meanwhile, a furious shout resounded, and then the old man from before appeared here. At this moment, the old man in a luxurious robe was glaring angrily at Yang Yi. Yang Yi ignored the old man and looked Ling Xiu in the eyes. "What do you think of this attack?" She looked Yang Yi in the eyes for a few moments, and then she replied, "It's very weak." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she added, "But if I was in the same realm of cultivation as you, then I wouldn't be able to resist it." The old man gazed at Ling Xiu when he heard this, and his eyes were filled with shock. He was naturally shocked. After all, Ling Xiu had been a sect master of the secret sect and a peerless genius. Yet now, she said that she was inferior to Yang Yi if they were in the same realm of cultivation. Yang Yi put his sword away and bowed slightly to Ling Xiu. "I apologize for the offense. I have no ill intent towards you. I just want to say that natural talent can't decide a person's future, and we shouldn't judge a person's future based on that person's natural talent." Ling Xiu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then she asked, "You're a disciple of my secret sect?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Ling Xiu frowned while bewilderment appeared in her eyes. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, "Sect Master Ling, he isn't a disciple of our secret sect. He's an honorary elder of our sect, because that wooden sword chose to follow him." Ling Xiu gazed at Yang Yi. "Your sword intent has attained the true rank, yet you've chosen to forget it. I presume you've obtained the guidance of an expert. Now, do you want to allow your sword intent to surpass the true rank and attain a higher level? Right? Your slaughter intent too." Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed when he heard this. Sword intent and slaughter intent above the true rank. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1779, Unprecedented Attainments in the Sword. When he comprehended true his sword intent had attained the true rank, and even his slaughter intent could attain the true rank at any moment. However, had never used either of them. Moreover, he was even trying to forget them at all times. Because he didn't want the true rank of sword intent or slaughter intent, he pursued the essence of the sword. So, when he thought up to this point, Yang Yi replied, "Senior, I want to pursue the essence of the sword." "How pedantic." Ling Xiu spoke coldly. "How foolish. Why do you possess sword intent? Because of the sword. You only have sword intent because of the sword. So, sword intent and the sword are one. Is there even a difference between them?" Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. "Right. Sword intent is formed from the sword, so they are one. It can't be considered to be an external force." Once he thought up to this point, Yang Yi cursed himself for being foolish. After all, his attainments in the sword Dao were formidable. If his sword intent rose a level higher, then his attacks wouldn't just be able to pose a threat to 5th stage true realm experts, It would even be a threat to sixth-stage True Realm experts. Yang Yi wasn't able to stay calm once he thought of this. Meanwhile, Ling Xiu said, "Are you tempted?" He gazed at her and replied, "Senior, we're all straightforward people here. So, tell me what you want." She nodded slightly. "It's nothing special. I just hope that you'll protect my secret sect in the future." Yang Yi glanced at her. "Are your feelings for the secret sect that deep?" Amongst the sixth-stage True Realm experts he knew, most of them cared about nothing but their own life and death. Ling Xiu nodded slightly. "This isn't just a sect, it's my home." She glanced at the other pillars. "Do you know how they died?" Yang Yi shook his head. She explained, "Actually, it's very difficult for experts at their level to die. Even some cultivators would find it difficult to kill them. However, they've still perished. It wasn't because someone killed them. It's because they took their own lives." Yang Yi frowned while a puzzled expression filled his eyes. "They took their own lives?" Ling Xiu nodded slightly. "Every single time the seal loosens, the experts of my secret sect will use the strength they accumulated throughout their life to fortify the seal." A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. "Isn't that a little too selfless?" Ling Xiu asked. "Are you very surprised?" Yang Yi nodded. "Extremely." She spoke softly. "Once the seal is broken, my secret sect will definitely be annihilated." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "I dare not guarantee that I'll be able to deal with him." She nodded. "But you have a chance." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Ling Xiu looked him in the eyes. "Because that sword chose you." Yang Yi's face stiffened. It didn't take long for him to shake his head. Actually, he wanted to say that it wasn't following him, and it was with Snowy, so Snowy should go seal the head. Meanwhile, Ling Xiu spoke abruptly. "Do you know what lies above the true rank of intent, or the true realm of cultivation?" Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at her. "Please do tell." She replied softly, "After the zenith is truth, and after truth it's enlightenment." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Enlightenment?" Ling Xiu nodded. "The heart is clear like a mirror that can see through all things. The true realm is one where the essence of all things is understood, and the enlightened realm doesn't just cover the understanding of the essence of all things, it represents seeing through all things. They are very similar concepts, but there are differences. Just like water and ice. They are similar, but different." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "How do I attain it?" She shook her head slightly. "There are no shortcuts. You can only observe and comprehend." "Observe and comprehend?" Yang Yi gazed at her. "I know how to comprehend, but how should I observe?" Ling Xiu replied, "I attained the enlightened rank in the past, and I left behind images. You can observe those." Yang Yi was astounded. "You were at the enlightened rank?" She shook her head. "Only in intent and not cultivation. So, perhaps I can help your sword intent and slaughter intent attain the enlightened rank. Of course, I dare not guarantee it. All of this depends on a person's fortune." Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you." Meanwhile, Ling Xiu gazed at Yun Qian. "Join him." Yun Qian had astonishment written all over her face. Ling Xiu explained, "He's right. I shouldn't judge a person based on natural talent and potential. Since you're here and have made your choice, then there's fate between us. So, what you obtain depends on your own fortune." Yun Qian quickly bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Sect Master Lin." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Thank you." She knew that if Yang Yi hadn't said all of that, Ling Xiu wouldn't have accepted her. Yang Yi smiled and didn't say anything. As far as he was concerned, had only lifted a finger. Meanwhile, Ling Xiu suddenly waved her hand. In an instant, the scene around them changed, and then they appeared in a pitch-black room. There was a woman seated cross-legged in the room. It was Ling Xiu. Comprehend. Ling Xiu was comprehending right now. Yang Yi and Yun Qian exchanged glances. Suddenly, their expressions changed because they noticed that some sort of link had formed between them and Ling Xiu. It only took a moment for them to realize that they were actually able to sense everything that Ling Xiu was sensing. It's a type of inheritance technique. Suddenly, Ling Xiu's voice resounded in their minds. It allows people to form a type of spiritual bridge between them, so they're able to sense everything about each other for a short while. It only lasts for 2 hours. What you obtain depends on your own fortune. The voice vanished after speaking those words. Yang Yi immediately closed his eyes and immersed his mind into it. In next to no time, he sensed himself merging into one with Ling Xiu. It could be said that so long as he willed it, he could find out everything about Ling Xiu, including all her secrets. However, he didn't do that. One had to know one's limits. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and focused on sensing what Ling Xiu was sensing. At the first level of the pavilion, visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. There was a screen of light before Ling Xiu and the old man in a luxurious robe. Yang Yi, Yunqian, and the past Ling Xiu were displayed on the screen. The old man suddenly asked, "Sect Master Ling, can he save our secret sect?" She shook her head. "He can't." The old man was astounded then. She gazed at Yang Yi through the screen and spoke softly. That head dropped down from the large universe. It was heavily injured when it arrived, but the various experts of our secret sect and even Wu Mu weren't able to kill him. So, it's obvious that the head definitely belonged to one of the earliest ancient cultivators. She paused for a moment and continued, "But Yang Yi is just at the true realm, so how can he deal with that head?" The old man asked, "Then why are you and Sect Master Su Mu helping him?" She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she replied softly, "Who said we're helping him?" The old man fell silent. A long time passed before the old man laughed bitterly. Actually, there was a person who could kill that head. Unfortunately, Ling Xiu spoke softly. "The unfettered one?" The old man nodded. "What do you think about him?" She fell silent for a long time before she replied, "Unprecedented attainments in the sword and a figure unrivaled through history." In the room, Yang Yi and Yun Qian were still seated cross-legged, and they were still comprehending. Actually, it was more precise to say that they were sensing what Ling Xiu sensed when she comprehended her intent all those years ago. Now, Ling Xiu was using a technique to pass her experience to them. It was naturally extremely beneficial to Yang Yi and Yun Qian, because it allowed them to avoid straying off the right path. The reason the disciples of clans and sects were able to grow much faster than independent cultivators was because they rarely strayed off the right path. It was because they had the guidance of others when they took the path of cultivation. Just like that, time trickled by, and it didn't take long for 2 hours to pass. At this moment, Yang Yi and Yun Qian had returned to the pavilion. However, they were still seated cross-legged and hadn't opened their eyes. Ling Xiu glanced at them and said, "Don't disturb them." She entered the pillar of light once she finished speaking. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi naturally intended to cultivate in the primordial pagoda. After all, 10 days in the pagoda was just 1 day in the outside world. Of course, he didn't let his guard down. Xiongqi was ready to fight at any moment, and he would attack if he noticed even the slightest suspicious movement. Xiongqi's strength was even sufficient to resist a 6th-stage true realm expert for some time. While the old man in a luxurious robe was surprised that Yang Yi had vanished, he didn't do anything. Everyone had their own secrets, and Yang Yi naturally had some. Just like that, time trickled by. It didn't take long for a month to pass in the outside world. At this moment, Yun Qian had opened her eyes. There was a trace of delight in them. Even though her cultivation hadn't improved, her mental state had improved tremendously. Such improvement was superior to years of bitter cultivation. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared by her side. Yang Yi had opened his eyes as well. Yun Qian was stunned when she saw Yang Yi. What happened to you? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1780, Lin Weiyang. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't look quite the same. His hair was actually slightly white. It seemed like his head was covered in snow. His hair wasn't the only thing that had changed. His face had aged quite a bit. If he seemed like he was over 20 before, he looked around 40 now. Maturity. At this moment, Yang Yi seemed like had matured tremendously. Suddenly, Ling Xiu appeared before Yang Yi and Yun Qian. Ling Xiu gazed at Yang Yi. How did it go? Yang Yi looked down at his hand, and then he slowly stretched it out before waving it lightly. Bang! Yun Qian watched with astonishment as the space throughout the pavilion actually started trembling. It seemed like boiling water that was surging violently. However, she couldn't sense any fluctuations of energy. Meanwhile, Ling Xiu spoke softly. Enlightened rank sword and tint. It's not within the 5 elements, not in the heavens and the earth, completely untraceable, and can merge into all things. Congratulations! Yun Qian's mouth opened wide with shock when she heard Ling Xiu. Enlightened rank sword and tint. Yang Yi had actually attained enlightened rank sword and tint in such a short while. Actually, it hadn't been a short while. It had been 30 days in the outside world. So 300 days had passed in the primordial pagoda. 300 days was almost a year. Besides comprehending, Yang Yi had been exploring throughout the year. He was slowly exploring and pondering. Only he understood how dull and miserable he had been. There was a point in time within the primordial pagoda that his mind had gone black. That had been the most painful period for him, because had become lost. In the end, he even felt like giving up. That feeling that his head was filled with lead was truly too painful. Fortunately, he didn't give up. After comprehending bitterly, he finally improved his sword intent to the enlightened rank. Moreover, his sword intent wasn't the only intent that had improved. His slaughter intent had attained the enlightened rank too. The biggest difference between the enlightened rank and true rank was that the enlightened rank wasn't within the 5 elements, not in the heavens and the earth, untraceable and could merge into all things. The enlightened rank contained the truth as well. It contained the essence of the sword and all things, and it was an improvement on the foundation created by the true rank. It was like mist transformed into water, and then the water was transformed into ice. So, the enlightened rank didn't overturn the true rank, it built upon the true rank. It could be said that he didn't fear 6th-stage true realm experts anymore. Of course, it still wasn't that easy to kill them in single combat. However, he wouldn't be completely suppressed in battle with them anymore. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Ling Xiu. Thank you. If it wasn't for her guidance and experience, even he didn't know how long it would have taken him to attain the enlightened rank. No matter what her objective was, she had helped him. It's your own fortune. She continued. Your strength has definitely risen tremendously along with the improvement of your 2 intents. But remember not to underestimate anyone, especially some 6th-stage true realm experts. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. I won't underestimate anyone. Underestimating one's opponent was the most lethal mistake one could make. Many people hadn't died at his hands because their strengths were inferior to him. They died because they'd underestimated him. Never underestimate anyone. Suddenly, Ling Xiu said, Can I see the wooden sword? Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. He flipped his palm, and then Snowy appeared on his palm while holding the wooden sword in her arms. A sprite lord. Ling Xiu's gaze shot to Snowy. Snowy looked up at Ling Xiu and cracked a smile in response. Ling Xiu grinned and gazed at Yang Yi. What a lucky fellow. But I don't understand something. This little fellow should be fond of pure and kind people. But if him to be honest, you're not pure or kind at all. Yang Yi's face darkened. Does she know how to speak? Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly released the wooden sword and wrapped her arms around Yang Yi's neck. After that, she rubbed her head gently against Yang Yi's chin, as if she was saying that she likes him just the way he was. Yang Yi's heart felt warm. He rubbed Snowy's little head and spoke softly, I love you too. Meanwhile, Ling Xiu waved her right hand, and the wooden sword flew over to her. A moment of silence ensued before she gazed at Yang Yi and Snowy. Kid, tell me the truth. Is this sword following you, or this little fellow? Yang Yi's face stiffened, but it didn't take long for it to return to normal. He gazed at her and asked, Senior, why do you ask? She replied, This sword is pure and kind, and it likes pure and kind people, demons, or sprites. That little fellow of yours just happens to conform to that, but you don't. Moreover, it should really reject you. Yang Yi didn't say anything and just waved his left hand. The wooden sword immediately flew into his grasp, and then he waved it slightly. A sword howl instantly resounded. Yang Yi gazed at Ling Xiu. Senior, do you think it rejects me? Actually, the wooden sword did reject him. However, after what happened previously, it had restrained itself tremendously. At the very least, it wouldn't act rashly and willfully as it did in the past. The primordial pagoda had to be given credit for that. Ling Xiu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then she nodded lightly. That isn't important. The important point is that your strength has improved. I hope you'll remember your promise to me. Yang Yi nodded. Of course. Actually, it was just as Sumu had said. After he obtained the wooden sword, the karma of the wooden sword had coiled onto him. Ling Xiu nodded slightly. The experience of the other sect masters of my secret sect and some powerful techniques are within her. Are you interested in them? Of course I am. Yang Yi hurriedly nodded. What a joke. How could he not be interested in something like that? She said, it's better to focus than spread your attention on many. The sword technique you created is extremely powerful, and it really suits you. While the techniques of many sect masters aren't inferior to yours, most of them are suitable to themselves and not suitable for you. She paused for a moment and continued, head to the 3rd level. There's something suitable for you there. As soon as she finished speaking, she intended to enter the pillar of light. Yang Yi suddenly asked, may I know if you're still alive? She turned to look at him. I died a long time ago. This is a strand of soul that I left behind. It's to pass down my inheritance to the next generation. This may be the last time I show myself. Of course, I hope this is the last time. Yang Yi asked, why? She fell silent for a moment and replied, because if I show myself again, it represents that. She shook her head and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi glanced at the pillar of light. Based on her tone, Yang Yi realized that something major may be about to happen in the secret sect. Meanwhile, Yun Xin suddenly asked, how did you attain the enlightened rank? Yang Yi gazed at her. Miss Yun, my natural talent isn't great. I just spent more time on it than you did. Go comprehend it well, and you'll succeed too. He went towards the 3rd level once he finished speaking. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Was his natural talent greater than her? No. His natural talent wasn't good at all, because he'd spent 10 times the time Yun Xian had spent on comprehending everything they gained from Ling Xiu. Even though his natural talent wasn't the best, his willpower was absolutely superior to Yun Xian. Or it should be said that his willpower was superior to many. Persistence, hard work, and never giving up. That was the secret to his success. Yun Xian lowered her head slightly and remained silent. A long time passed before she turned around and left the hall. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the 3rd level under the old man in a luxurious robe's lead. The old man stopped abruptly and said, Young Master Yang, this is a forbidden area of my secret sect, and it's the place where the ancestor of my secret sect sleeps. So, please mind your actions. He hadn't forgotten how Yang Yi had pointed his sword at Ling Xiu. Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly. I will. The old man glanced at him and nodded. Please go in. Yang Yi asked, you're not coming? The old man shook his head. I can't. Yang Yi asked, why? The old man gazed at the door and said, because the person in there once said that he shouldn't be disturbed. Yang Yi asked, then why can I go in? The old man laughed bitterly. Because Sect Master Ling asked you to. I dare not disobey her orders. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The old man said, go on. Yang Yi glanced at the old man and said, is it safe? The old man hesitated for a moment and replied, I think so. Yang Yi asked, can you be sure? The old man shook his head. That person's temper is a little strange. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He didn't say another word and just entered through the door. The old man took a deep breath when he saw Yang Yi enter, and he said, I'll pray for you. As soon as Yang Yi entered through the door, Yang Yi noticed that there was only a single pillar of light in here, and it was more than double the size of the pillar of light which Ling Xiu emerged from. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze descended onto the pillar of light and spoke softly, Hey, is anyone here? He received no reply. Yang Yi walked over to the pillar of light and gazed at the bottom of it. There was a name there, Lin Weiyang. Lin Weiyang? Yang Yi sized up the pillar. Suddenly, A hand grabbed his throat. A suffocating feeling enveloped Yang Yi. A moment later, the hand lifted Yang Yi up. At the same time, a voice resounded. "Who allowed you in?" Crack. Yang Yi was about to speak when the sound of bones cracking resounded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1781. The Grand Teleportation Technique. It was the sound of Yang Yi's bones cracking, of course. However, they merely cracked but didn't break. Yang Yi's expression had changed drastically when he sensed his bones cracking, and then two terrifying intents swept out from within him. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi felt the pressure on his throat vanish. Enlightened rank sword intent and slaughter intent. A voice resounded from behind Yang Yi. Quite interesting. Yang Yi turned around, and he saw a woman in linen clothes floating not too far away from him. She seemed to be just over the age of 20. Her hair was unlike the hair of other women because they were tied into numerous tiny bunches. She was extremely beautiful, but there was an imperceptible arc on her lips, causing her to look a little wild. Another woman? The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Why does this secret sect have so many female sect masters? Yang Yi sized up the woman, and then he vanished on the spot. He was in front of her when he appeared again, and then his sword stabbed towards her forehead. It was swift, absolutely swift. It could be said that even a 5th stage true realm expert wouldn't be able to resist his current strength. If the two intents he possessed were used to enhance his attacks, then even 6th stage true realm experts wouldn't be able to resist this attack with ease. However, his sword couldn't move an inch further upon arriving just half an inch away from the woman's forehead, because two pure white fingers had clamped down on his sword. Yang Yi's face instantly turned solemn when he witnessed this. Meanwhile, a charming smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. Not bad. Come, let's continue playing. As soon as she finished speaking, she shook her fingers. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted 30 m away. After Yang Yi stopped himself, his sword was trembling. Actually, it wasn't just his sword. His hand was trembling too. Meanwhile, the woman called Lin Weiyang suddenly curled her index finger inwards in Yang Yi's direction to provoke him. Continue. Yang Yi looked down slightly and fell silent for a moment. After that, he vanished on the spot, and he was behind her when he appeared again. A moment later, the wooden sword had arrived near her nape. Lin Weiyang didn't move and just stood there. Just like that, the sword pierced through her nape. However, it was just an afterimage. At the same time, a hand suddenly pressed down on Yang Yi's shoulder. Yang Yi's figure stiffened while she appeared before him again. She patted him lightly on the shoulder and said, "Not bad. Unfortunately, you're still too slow. Watch this." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yi's sword appeared in her grasp, and then she appeared 30 m away from Yang Yi. Lin Weiyang gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. Watch. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword instantly arrived before Yang Yi's forehead. It was swift, so swift that Yang Yi couldn't even react. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lin Weiyang blinked. Was it too fast? You weren't able to see it clearly? Then I'll slow down. As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared 30 m away, and then she said, "Come, watch properly." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot again. Right at the instant she vanished, two types of intents suddenly swept out from Yang Yi. However, the sword in her hand had still arrived before Yang Yi's forehead. She blinked and asked, "It's fast, right?" Yang Yi nodded. Very fast. It really was fast. It was so fast that even he felt despair before it. Head thought that his speed was extremely fast, but it was nothing compared to her speed. Lin Weiyang cracked a smile, you know? I created this move myself. It's called the Grand Teleportation Technique. Teleportation, it's teleportation through space, and not just movement through space. It's teleportation from the point in space you reside in to the point of space which you wish to arrive at. It's amazing, right? Spatial teleportation. Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. It's absolutely amazing. Lin Weiyang passed the sword to Yang Yi and said, Unfortunately, it isn't that complete. Otherwise, a single teleportation would be able to take me past over a dozen worlds. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. How should I perfect it? Lin Weiyang pressed a finger against her forehead and seemed to be thinking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, What about now? How far can you teleport now? She gazed at Yang Yi and asked, Who are you? Yang Yi was stunned again. Lin Weiyang's face turned icy cold. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me? As she spoke, her expression actually became quite ferocious. Yang Yi gulped. She's not normal at all. Yang Yi was shocked when he saw her face growing increasingly cold, and he hurriedly said, Senior Ling Xiu told me to come here. Right, it was her. Ling Xiu? Lin Weiyang frowned slightly and thought for a long time before she gazed at Yang Yi. Who's Ling Xiu? Yang Yi felt speechless. Suddenly, Lin Weiyang said, Ling Xiu. Ling Xiu. Oh, I remember now. She's my disciple. Her disciple. Yang Yi's eyes opened wide. That woman, Ling Xiu, was actually her disciple? Is this a joke? Ling Xiu is a 6th-stage true realm expert. Moreover, her intent was at the enlightened rank. But she's this woman's disciple? Who is this woman? Meanwhile, Lin Weiyang gazed at Yang Yi. Why did she tell you to come here? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, When I met her, I felt my speed was very swift, but she said that someone else is many times faster than me. I refused to believe it, so she told me to come here. After I witnessed your speed just now, Lin Weiyang's eyes lit up, and then, visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi glanced at her and suddenly bowed to her. After I witnessed your speed, I noticed how lousy my speed is. My speed compared to your speed is simply like a firefly before the moonlight. It can't be compared to at all. Senior, I'm willing to be your disciple and learn the grand teleportation technique. Lin Weiyang's smile grew even more brilliant. She patted Yang Yi lightly on the shoulder. Kid, your speed is actually not bad, especially at your age. However, I can't teach it to you. Yang Yi was stunned and asked, Why? Senior, I wholeheartedly want to learn your grand teleportation technique. I won't bring shame to it. She shook her head. You still can't learn it. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Lin Weiyang said, The grand teleportation technique teleports through space. You don't just need extremely high attainments in space, your body has to be sufficiently strong. Because at the instant you teleport, your speed will be swift to the limit. It will tear open your body. So, if your body isn't strong enough, you'll be torn into pieces at that instant. Yang Yi smiled when he heard this. Lin Weiyang asked, What are you laughing about? Yang Yi smiled in silence, and then he waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, the space around him instantly warped, and then he vanished on the spot. A wisp of surprise flashed through Lin Weiyang's eyes, the spatial laws. Yang Yi appeared before her and said, Do I conform to the requirements? Lin Weiyang stretched out her hand and placed it on Yang Yi's shoulder, and she spoke softly, Your Buddha's strength is acceptable too. She paused for a moment and asked, Do you really want to learn it? Yang Yi nodded, I do. She thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll teach you. Yang Yi was delighted. He hurriedly bowed to her. Thank you. Lin Weiyang didn't say anything, and she just tapped his forehead. It didn't take long for a huge amount of information to appear in Yang Yi's mind. The grand teleportation technique. It was a divine technique that allowed one to teleport in an instant and arrive where wanted to be. It was divided into 3 levels, and if it was cultivated to the 3rd level, one could teleport through stellar regions and attain stellar teleportation. It was very difficult, extremely difficult even. At the very least, he was absolutely incapable of that. After that, Yang Yi started to cultivate it like a madman. If he succeeded, he wouldn't have to fear 6th-stage true realm experts at all, and he could fight them head-on. Moreover, he could use the technique to flee when he was losing. He couldn't stay in the secret sect forever. He wanted to leave, but the Ying clan and the other clans would definitely not let him go. If he didn't possess sufficient strength, then he would be pursued and hunted again. Train like a madman. While Yang Yi was training like a madman, in a secret room, There were 3 people here, and they were Ling Xiu, Su Mu, and Lin Weiyang. Lin Weiyang was standing at the front, and Su Mu and Ling Xiu were standing behind her. Su Mu spoke abruptly, "Master, he's an extraordinary genius. Will everything go smoothly?" Lin Weiyang closed her eyes. "It doesn't matter how extraordinary he is. He won't be a match for that person." Su Mu asked, "Can he be believed?" Lin Weiyang shook her head slightly. "We have no other choice. We missed the best opportunity to kill him all those years ago. Now, we can't stop him. If Ling Xiu and my main bodies were still here, then perhaps we could. However, our main bodies aren't here." Su Mu looked ahead. The cultivation room Yang Yi occupied was before him. Su Mu shook his head slightly as he gazed at the room. "He feels different to me. I keep having a feeling that he'll be a variable in all of this." Lin Weiyang gazed at the room and spoke indifferently. "Then let's wait and see." Meanwhile, Ling Xiu suddenly said, "He's coming out. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1782. A Devil Amongst Demons. In the room, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly, and then he appeared 10 m ahead. A moment later, he appeared 15 m ahead, but just an instant passed before he appeared 30 m behind. Just like that, Yang Yi's position kept changing. There were no afterimages left behind. In the past, he left afterimages behind in space if he moved too quickly, but he didn't leave any behind now. It was because of the difference in speed between the grand teleportation technique and his old speed. Teleportation. It was direct teleportation of space and not through space, so it didn't leave any afterimages behind. However, had merely attained the first level of the technique. The first level was just the beginning, and it truly became formidable at the second and third level. The second level allowed one to freely teleport through the space within a world. As for the third level, it was as Lin Weiyang had said. It allowed the user to teleport through stellar regions. Even though the first level was just the beginning, it was still extremely powerful. At the very least, it surpassed his previous speed. But he couldn't teleport too far. If he moved too far, his profound energy would be insufficient, and his body wouldn't be able to endure it. 300 m. He was confident in his ability to instantly kill 5th stage True Realm experts within a distance of 300 m around him. However, he wasn't confident in his ability to accomplish that beyond a distance of 300 m. Moreover, he didn't dare to utilize the grand teleportation technique for a distance more than 300 m. It was a divide. If he went further than that, his profound energy and body would instantly dry up and crack open. Of course, as his strength grew, his ability in the grand teleportation technique would improve as well. So, he would definitely not be limited by such a distance in the future. However, it was a process that he had to go through. Meanwhile, Lin Weiyang appeared before Yang Yi. She gazed at Yang Yi while a smile curled up on her lips. "Congratulations. You've succeeded." Yang Yi gazed at her. "Thank you." Lin Weiyang shook her head slightly. "There's no need for that. We're just helping each other." Yang Yi was puzzled. Helping each other? Lin Weiyang waved her hand. "Leave? I need a moment to myself." Yang Yi glanced at her, nodded, and then left the third level. Outside the pavilion, Su Mu appeared in front of Yang Yi. Su Mu smiled. "Congratulations." Yang Yi smiled. "Thank you." Su Mu nodded slightly. 3 days from now, we'll take you to where the head is sealed. You can have a look there. All right? Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Since Head benefited from them, he naturally had to do his best. However, he wouldn't risk his life if he really couldn't deal with it. Su Mu said, "Go get some rest. They'll come get you when it's time." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. After Su Mu left, an old man appeared before Yang Yi. "Young Master Yang, please come with me." Yang Yi nodded, and it didn't take long for the old man to bring him to a small courtyard. "This is where you'll stay. Just let me know if you need anything." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he entered a room. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the bed. It didn't take long for him to immerse his mind into his body and arrive at the first level of the primordial pagoda. As soon as he arrived there, Xiongqi appeared in front of him. Xiongqi said, "Kid, something doesn't seem right." Yang Yi asked, "What doesn't seem right?" Xiongqi replied, "Kid, stop acting. You're very smart. Don't tell me you haven't sensed that something is off." Yang Yi fell silent for a few breaths of time and replied, "Actually, there's no need to think so much about it. They'll treat them in the same way that they treat me." Xiongqi spoke in a low voice. "The problem is that if they have ill intent towards you, then your strength is utterly insufficient to resist them. Not to mention all of them. Just those two women from before aren't existences that you can resist. Especially the second woman. Did you know that wasn't her main body at all?" Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Xiongqi. "Brother Xiongqi, I've always had a question. Can you answer it for me?" Xiongqi asked, "What?" Yang Yi said, "Even if your status in the demon race is lower than that undying black phoenix, it wouldn't be much lower. However, Yang Lianshuang was able to fight a 6th-stage true realm expert while using the undying black phoenix's energy. But Brother Xiongqi, while you're able to fight a 6th-stage true realm expert on your own, you're absolutely incapable of defeating such an expert on your own. Not to mention a 6th-stage true realm expert, you probably can't even defeat me." Xiongqi spoke indifferently. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Yi walked over to Xiongqi and looked Xiongqi in the eyes. "I think that this isn't your main body." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, silence filled the surroundings. Actually, Yang Yi had wanted to ask this question for a very long time, because Xiongqi was a demon beast from the large universe, and he was definitely not an ordinary demon beast. However, such a demon beast was so weak. That wasn't normal at all. After all, both the human and demon beasts that were part of the ancient cultivators were extremely formidable existences. Even though Xiongqi was quite strong, he couldn't be described as extremely formidable. This was never his main body. Suddenly, the divine flame appeared before Yang Yi. Xiongqi, one of the 4 vicious beasts from the ancient times. He rules over millions of demons in the demon world, and he was named the devil amongst demons by that almighty figure from the demon race. How could a dignified demon king of the demon world be so weak? Yang Yi gazed at Xiongqi. "Are you really just a clone?" "Of course," the divining flame said. "As a demon king of the demon world, he'll definitely draw everyone's attention if he leaves the large universe. Moreover, he doesn't dare to come down here with his main body too." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The divining flame said, "This universe was created by Master and the earliest group of cultivators. In order to protect this medium universe and the small universe, they placed a barrier around these universes." He paused for a moment and continued, "If anyone from a higher universe wishes to descend, it isn't impossible, but their strength can't be too great. If they're too strong, they'll activate the barrier. So, even Master sent a clone down here and didn't descend here with his main body. It wasn't that his main body couldn't descend here, it's because he didn't want to damage the barrier. So that's why." Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Xiongqi and smiled. "The devil amongst demons. Brother Xiongqi, you're doing quite well in the large universe." Xiongqi glanced at Yang Yi. "Do you know why I came down here?" Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi replied, "Because of this pagoda." Xiongqi nodded. "It's the #1 treasure of the large universe, and there isn't a single person up there who doesn't want to get their hands on it." "It isn't the #1 treasure." Suddenly, the divine flame said, "It isn't the #1 treasure in the large universe." Yang Yi and Xiongqi gazed at the divine flame. "There's an existence that's even greater than the primordial pagoda?" The divine flame spoke solemnly as they gazed at him. "There's another treasure, and it—" He paused for a moment and continued, "Actually, it's in the primordial pagoda. It's in here." Yang Yi was stunned. "Where?" The divine flame replied, "The 9th level." Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" The divine flame answered, "You'll find out if you have the chance to access the 9th level." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiongqi suddenly said, "Kid, work hard. Your current strength isn't bad in the medium universe, but as I've said in the past, the world is much vaster than you've ever imagined, and the experts in it are innumerable. After he finished speaking, Qiongqi turned around with the intent to leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. Kid, aren't you afraid that he'll take this pagoda from you in the future? Yang Yi gazed at Qiongqi. Do you want it? Qiongqi looked Yang Yi in the eyes. What if I do? Yang Yi smiled, then take it. Qiongqi gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, to be honest, after knowing you for so long, I noticed that I've always been underestimating you. No matter which side you take in the future, I don't want to become enemies with you. Of course, I hope we don't become enemies. After all, the way you do things is to my liking. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Yi chuckled and vanished. As soon as he returned to the outside world, the sound of the door being knocked resounded. Yang Yi glanced at the door and said, "Come in." Creak. The door opened slowly, and a woman in a white dress appeared within his field of vision. It was Yunqian. Needless to say, Yunqian was extremely beautiful, especially her disposition. She was like a pure and completely untainted snow lotus at the peak of a snowy mountain. Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, "Miss Yun, do you need something?" Yunqian grinned, "Brother Yang, the younger generation of my secret sect are having a competition. Right, it should be called a summit of mutual growth. Are you interested?" A summit of mutual growth? Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm not interested." The younger generation were a bunch of kids to him. Yunqian said, "I know you're strong, but it may be beneficial to you." Yang Yi asked, "What do you mean?" Yunqian explained, "I'm sure you're aware that the secret sect recruits the monstrous geniuses of the outside world. So, it can be said that many true geniuses from the outside world are within my secret sect. For example, the expert ranked at the first position on the Milky Way rankings. At this moment, he's in my secret sect too. Besides that, there are many extraordinary geniuses who weren't renowned through the medium universe. Brother Yang, don't you want to meet them? The first on the Milky Way rankings." Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he nodded. "All right, they'll go have a look." He was bored in his room anyway. A charming smile appeared on Yunqian's face, but it was a little strange. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1783, The Shaman Race. Yang Yi followed Yunqian to a practice ground. There was a huge arena at the center of the area. At this moment, many youths were sparring and having discussions there. The gazes of everyone here moved over to Yang Yi and Yunqian when they arrived. Or to be more precise, their gazes had moved over to Yunqian. Yang Yi noticed that many of them had undisguised affection in their eyes. Yang Yi glanced at Yunqian. Needless to say, she was really beautiful, and she seemed proud and cold. So, it made many men feel like conquering her. Suddenly, Yunqian grabbed Yang Yi's arm. At this moment, everyone gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Yunqian, and she grinned. "Lend me a hand." A shield. At this moment, how could Yang Yi not realize that Shed brought him here because she wanted him to be her shield? Yang Yi was quite displeased by this, because he didn't like trouble. If she was his, then it would definitely not be troublesome for him. But the problem was that she didn't belong to him. Yang Yi was about to speak when a figure suddenly shot over from afar. That figure shot over towards Yang Yi while emanating powerful waves of energy, and then a huge fist slammed down at Yang Yi's head. It was extremely powerful to the point the space around Yang Yi cracked open. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swung his fist too. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the figure was blasted over 30 m back. Yang Yi glanced over. There was a black-robed man standing not too far away from Yang Yi. The man was around the age of 25, and he emanated a violent aura. At this moment, everyone else had come over, and the gazes of many were on Yang Yi. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Who's that fellow? He was actually able to use his physical strength to push Man Yu back. I don't know, but he seems to be close to senior sister Yunxian. Yang Yi glanced at the man, and then he glanced at Yunxian. In the end, he wanted to explain. Even though he didn't fear the man before him, it really wasn't necessary to be swept into this nonsense. However, the Manyu, suddenly pointed a finger at him before he could even speak. Yunxian, while I'm not worthy of you, he's even less worthy. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Yunxian shook her head slightly. Manyu, this is my business. Manyu ignored Yunxian and gazed at Yang Yi. I don't care who you are, but leave her. Otherwise, you may not be able to see the sunrise one day. Yang Yi's face fell. He didn't waste his breath and just wrapped an arm around Yunxian's waist, and then he looked Manyu in the eyes. Bite me? Clamorous noise resounded through the surroundings while all of them gazed at Yang Yi. Yunxian gazed at Yang Yi as well. At this moment, she recalled the scene outside Sword Immortal City. Yang Yi had slaughtered thousands in those few days. Ferocity instantly covered Man Ye's face when he heard Yang Yi. Then he'll stop you from seeing the moonlight tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, a long saber appeared in his grasp, and then he slammed his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot at Yang Yi. Right when the saber energy was just 10 centimeters away from Yang Ye's head, it suddenly stopped because 2 fingers had clamped down on it. At this moment, the expressions of all the spectators had changed. Even Man Ye's expression had changed. Yang Yi looked Manyu in the eyes. You'll stop me from seeing tonight's moonlight? Yang Yi suddenly released the saber, and then he grabbed Man Ye's throat before the latter could even react. After that, Yang Yi slammed Manyu against the ground. Boom! The ground cracked open. Man Ye's head was buried in the ground and blood sprayed towards the surroundings. Yang Yi looked down at Manyu in silence, and then he kicked the latter's stomach. Bang! Manyu was kicked over 3 kilometers away. Suddenly, a man in embroidered robes appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. The man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Is that a little too much?" Too much. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. He didn't hold back at all just now. He really wanted to kill me. To be honest, I've been really merciful by sparing his life. The man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "I can't stand the sight of you." Yang Yi looked the man in the eyes and replied, "Too many people feel like that. So, who the hell do you think you are?" The man in embroidered robes nodded slightly, and then a black spear appeared in his grasp. As soon as he held the spear, his aura instantly became sharp and fierce. It seemed like he intended to pierce through the world. The man didn't attack and gazed at Yunxian instead. "You won't be angry if I kill him, right?" Yunxian glanced at the man and spoke softly. "Suyu, it's best if you don't attack him." The man called Suyu chuckled. "Why? You think I can't kill him?" Yunxian nodded. "Just watch me." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. At the same time, his spear stabbed forward in Yang Yi's direction and space cracked apart in its wake. Yang Yi's gaze turned icy cold. While he was a cold-blooded person, he didn't kill at random. At the very least, he wouldn't look for trouble with people who didn't offend him. Yet now, these 2 fellows wanted to kill him because they thought he was with Yunxian. The strong act willfully, and the weak are resigned to their fate. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, and then a sword appeared in his grasp. A moment later, everything froze here. Su Ye's spear stopped just a few inches away from Yang Ye's forehead. It just stopped there. It only had to move forward a little, and it would pierce Yang Ye's head. As for the reason it stopped, it was because a sword was pressed against the body of the spear. Hiss! A moment of silence ensued, and then the sword suddenly sliced through the spear. Su Ye's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly released the spear before flashed 300 m back. However, his right arm didn't go with him. A bloody arm fell down slowly from midair and dropped to the ground. At this moment, the expressions of everyone here had changed. Everyone here gazed at Yang Yi. Who is he? That was the question in all their minds. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, Suyu looked up at Yang Yi, who, he hadn't even finished speaking when a sword pressed against his forehead, and then Su Ye's body stiffened on the spot. Brother Yang. Meanwhile, Yun Xian suddenly spoke softly. Killing isn't necessary. Yang Yi glanced at her and smiled. Of course I want kill. He withdrew his sword once he finished speaking, and then he looked Suyu in the eyes. If you don't have strength, then keep a low profile. Suyu gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Suddenly, a black-robed old man appeared in front of Yang Yi. The old man said, "Young Master Yang, the sect master would like to see you. This isn't a place to talk, so come with me?" Yang Yi nodded, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at Yun Xian. "Excuse me." He vanished on the spot with the black-robed old man. Suyu gazed at Yun Xian and asked, "Who is he?" Yun Xian spoke softly, "A very crazy person." A hall. Only Yang Yi, Sumu, and the black-robed old man were in it. Sumu said, "Brother Yang, let's head to where the head is sealed." Yang Yi asked, "Weren't we supposed to go there in 3 days?" Sumu shook his head slightly. "Due to certain reasons, we have no choice but to bring it forward. It's not a problem, right?" Yang Yi glanced at him and said, "Of course." Sumu nodded slightly. "Then let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and vanished on the spot with Yang Yi. It didn't take long for them to arrive before a huge mountain. The mountain seemed very strange because it was covered in blood-red symbols and chains. The chains were thick like pillars and were extremely numerous. Yang Yi asked, "The head is in there?" Sumu nodded. "It's at the heart of the mountain. Come." Sumu walked towards the entrance. Yang Yi glanced at Sumu and followed him. It didn't take long for them to enter the mountain. Yang Yi noticed that the heart of the mountain was similarly filled with strange blood-red symbols. It was a formation. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful formation. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he became vigilant. Meanwhile, Qiongqi's voice suddenly resounded in Yang Yi's mind. "This place isn't ordinary. Be careful." Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" Qiongqi spoke in a low voice. "I sense the evil aura of the shaman race." "The shaman race?" Yang Yi asked, "What's that?" Qiongqi replied, "An extremely formidable race." He paused for a moment and continued, "The owner of that war god's arm you possess was from the shaman race." Yang Yi was speechless. Suddenly, Sumu stopped, and then he vanished on the spot. At the instant he vanished, the blood-red symbols in the surroundings suddenly lit up, and then numerous waves of invisible energy appeared around Yang Yi. "Kid, you can't escape now." Meanwhile, Qiongqi spoke solemnly. "Haha, I'm satisfied. This body isn't bad. It really isn't bad. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, mad laughter resounded from deep within the mountain, and then the entire mountain started to tremble violently. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1784. Seizing Control. Yang Yi slowly clenched his right hand. A trap. At this moment, how could he not realize that the secret sect had schemed against him? They hadn't brought him here to help seal the head. They joined forces with the head and schemed against him. Suddenly, a head appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. The head had no hair, and there was a black ball of light on top of it. Besides that, 2 finger-thick chains were coiled around it on both sides, and they chained it tightly. The head gazed at Yang Yi with a burning gaze, and it was like a virgin looking at a completely naked beauty. Suddenly, Sumu appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Sumu. "Sect Master Su, at least let avoid dying an ignorant death." Sumu fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at the head. "He's going to escape anyway. Even the wooden sword can't stop him anymore." Yang Yi asked, "So?" Sumu continued, "Even though he's going to escape, if my secret sect converges the strength of our entire sect, we'll be able to cripple him even if we can't kill him. However, he doesn't want that, and neither does my secret sect. So, we made an agreement. Find a vessel for him, and he'll swear on his soul to leave the secret sect once he has a new vessel and never look for trouble with my secret sect again." Yang Yi said, "So you got me to do it?" Sumu nodded. "We were afraid you wouldn't be up to standards. so we decided to help improve your strength. Now, it seems like he's very satisfied. I am. The head suddenly started laughing while staring at Yang Yi without blinking. This vessel is extremely good. His will and mind are strong. Most importantly, his attainments in the sword Dao aren't bad. Not bad. Not bad indeed. Yang Yi ignored the head and gazed at Sumu. Do you really believe him? Sumu grinned. My secret sect will naturally not place all our hopes on him. If he goes back on his word, my secret sect naturally has a backup plan. Kid. Suddenly, the head gazed at Sumu. A backup plan? If I wasn't injured, even 100 sects like this would be nothing before me. Sumu spoke indifferently. Unfortunately, you're heavily injured. My ancestor thinks that it's pointless for us to fight and kill each other. So, we're willing to help you find a new vessel and leave. That's a show of my secret sect's sincerity and attitude towards you. What about you? The head gazed at Sumu for a long time before he said, All right, just as I said, if I'm able to escape, I won't look for trouble with the secret sect. Don't worry, while I'm not a good person, I disdain to lie. Sumu nodded slightly and glanced at Yang Yi. Do you need our help? A wisp of disdain curled up on the corners of the head's mouth. Wouldn't I be an absolute weakling if I can't even deal with an ant at the true realm? Sumu nodded slightly. Good luck. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Only Yang Yi and the head remained here. The head looked Yang Yi in the eyes. If I were you, I won't resist. Because it's pointless, and it'll be extremely painful. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while, and then he said, How about we make a deal? The head replied, A deal? Come, tell me about it. Yang Yi chuckled. They'll help you get out of here, and you don't try to seize control of my body. All right? Help me? Disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. You overestimate your ability. These chains and the formation here aren't from this universe. They were brought down from the large universe by that woman from the secret sect. Your strength is utterly incapable of breaking these chains or formation. Yang Yi said, Perhaps I can try. It isn't necessary. The head spoke indifferently, because even if I leave this place, I have to find a vessel. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use my full strength. However, ordinary people aren't able to endure being seized by me. But you can. So, you should understand what that means. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Will you really not reconsider? Of course. As soon as the head finished speaking, a powerful suction force enveloped Yang Yi and sucked Yang Yi towards the head. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't just stand there and allow himself to be captured, so he raised his sword and swung it. Boom! A ray of sword energy tore through the air, and the suction force was instantly sliced apart. But it only took a moment for the suction force to reappear. After that, the suction force seemed like a myriad of iron threads that pulled on Yang Yi and slowly dragged him towards the head. Yang Yi's expression was calm. He held the wooden sword in his left grasp and twisted it. In an instant, a vortex of sword energy flashed out, and then the suction force was instantly sliced into bits. At the same time, Yang Yi's figure shot backward. Are you trying to flee? How laughable. The head had a wisp of ridicule on the corners of his mouth when he saw Yang Yi try to flee, and then the space around Yang Yi shrunk down in layers. The space there was like numerous pieces of thick metal that gradually pressed down upon Yang Yi. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it at the space that was pressing down upon him, and it was sliced open in an instant. After that, a spatial rift appeared before Yang Yi. Right when he was about to enter the spatial rift, the space before him suddenly returned to normal. At the same time, an evil wave of energy surged out from there like an erupting volcano. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted backwards repeatedly, and he was pushed back to where he'd been standing a while ago. Your attainments in the sword Dao aren't bad. Suddenly, the head spoke. Needless to say, you're a genius. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at the head and didn't waste his breath. A moment later, a sword appeared before the head. However, as soon as it arrived before the head, a wave of powerful force slammed against Yang Yi's sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Too weak. Meanwhile, the head said, Even though your strength isn't bad, it's still weak like a child to someone like me. Even if I'm sealed right now, you're no match for him. Stop resisting. Become my vessel. It's an honor for you." A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "I don't want to just die without fighting back." As soon as he finished speaking, a black sword chest appeared in front of Yang Yi. A moment later, he shot towards the head. At the same time, 6 black rays of light instantly surrounded the head. Hiss, 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 hiss. A moment later, the 6 swords sliced the space around the head into countless pieces. However, the head was completely unharmed. It was quite strange, because the space where it resided had been sliced apart, but it hadn't been harmed at all. The head didn't disguise his ridicule at all. "You're wasting your energy. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." Yang Yi gazed at the head for a long time before he said, "The enlightened realm." After his sword intent attained the enlightened rank, Head noticed that his sword intent didn't exist in space anymore. It had transcended space instead. So, even if space was shattered, his sword intent wouldn't be affected. Now, the head was in a similar state. It was the difference between the true realm and enlightened realm. They weren't on the same level. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly pressed his middle and index fingers together before tapping them in the head's direction. In an instant, a ray of sword energy shot forward, but the head still had a cold and ridiculing smile on the corners of his lips. However, his expression changed when the sword energy arrived before him. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the head was blasted over 30 m away. But it wasn't harmed at all. The head gazed at Yang Yi, sword intent and slaughter intent at the enlightened rank. "I underestimated you a little." Yang Yi didn't say a word. He stomped his right foot down. In an instant, he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the head. It was a ray of light enhanced by 2 types of intents. However, it had just arrived around a meter away from the head when a wave of mysterious energy slammed against it. Boom! The light dispersed and Yang Yi was blasted 300 m away. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The head laughed coldly. "Do you have any other move?" "Continue." Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he vanished on the spot. He was almost 10 kilometers away when his figure appeared again. "You think you can run?" The head laughed coldly, and then a wave of powerful force covered the surroundings as it swept towards Yang Yi. It was very swift, and it instantly enveloped Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi waved his sword swiftly without end, and rays of light flashed incessantly. In an instant, sword energy crisscrossed through the area, and space was sliced up into pieces. Just like that, Yang Yi kept resisting. At a secret room, there were 3 people in here: Lin Weiyang, Ling Xiu, and Su Mu. A screen of light floated before them, and the scene on it was the battle between Yang Yi and the head. Ling Xiu suddenly said, "Resistance is useless." Su Mu said, "If I was him, I wouldn't just accept my fate either." Ling Xiu said, "Unfortunately, it won't make a difference." Su Mu nodded and gazed at the screen of light. Lin Weiyang stared at Yang Yi without blinking and remained silent. Meanwhile, around an hour had passed in the heart of the mountain, and Yang Yi had finally stopped fighting back. At this moment, Yang Yi was enveloped by a strand of mysterious energy, and he couldn't move at all. He just stared at the head with a murderous gaze. The head slowly closed his eyes. "I can finally go in." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of black light that entered Yang Yi's forehead. At the same time, an imperceptible arc formed on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1785. My style is laying low? Seizing control of his body. The head wanted to seize control of Yang Yi's body. But what did Yang Yi fear the least? Others trying to seize control of his body. Because the primordial pagoda resided within him, so it could be said that his mind and soul were protected by it. and the only way to seize control of his body was to first destroy the primordial pagoda. In the past, he didn't have a clear understanding of the primordial pagoda, but he had one now. The primordial pagoda was a treasure from the large universe, and it was an absolutely formidable one. In short, he was very confident in it. The head before him was absolutely incapable of destroying the primordial pagoda. At the very least, he couldn't right now. As for why Head resisted earlier, it was because he didn't want the head to be suspicious. After all, any normal person would resist under such circumstances. If he didn't and just allowed the head to seize control of him, then it was very likely for the head to become suspicious. At that time, the head would kill him first before taking his body, and he would be in trouble then. In order to prevent the head from getting suspicious, Yang Yi had fought back, but he hadn't used all his trump cards. Now, the head had entered his sea of consciousness. Right when the head was about to seize control, a wave of powerful energy transported it into the primordial pagoda. The head was stunned when he arrived in the primordial pagoda. He sized up the surroundings. Where am I? Suddenly, Qiongqi appeared in front of him and shot an indifferent glance at him. Why don't you try guessing? The head gazed at Qiongqi and frowned. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. Qiongqi, you're one of the 4 demon kings. Qiongqi, what are you doing here? Qiongqi repeated. Why don't you try guessing? The head's expression changed. Suddenly, he frowned again. No, this isn't your main body, it's a clone. Qiongqi glanced indifferently at him and just laid down on the ground. The head's face turned cold from being ignored, and a wave of powerful aura swept down at Qiongqi. Qiongqi raised his claw and slapped it forward. Bang! As soon as the two forces collided with each other, a loud explosion resounded. The head was about to attack again, but Qiongqi spoke abruptly. If I were you, I'd lay low. Lay low? Is laying low my style? The head grunted coldly, and then a wave of evil energy appeared here. This time, Qiongqi didn't do anything and just laid there. Right when the energy was about to slam against Qiongqi, a wave of powerful energy descended from the sky and slammed against the evil energy. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, and the evil energy was obliterated in an instant. The head's expression changed. He looked up at the sky, and then a solemn expression appeared on his face. A short while later, he gazed at Qiongqi. Why can't I sense outer space or the laws of all things? What is this place? Qiongqi glanced at the head, closed his eyes, and didn't say a word. Suddenly, a ray of white light flashed, and then Snowy appeared before them with the wooden sword in her arms. Snowy gazed at the head and blinked repeatedly while curiosity filled her eyes. The head's expression turned ferocious when he saw the wooden sword, and then a wave of powerful energy slammed down towards Snowy and the wooden sword. Snowy's eyes opened wide at the sight of this. Obviously, she hadn't expected that the head would attack her. As for Qiongqi, he opened his eyes and glanced at the head, and there was a trace of pity in his gaze. It was a horrible idea to offend Snowy and Zir in the primordial pagoda because both of them were very close to the pagoda. Perhaps it may not help Yang Yi, but the primordial pagoda would definitely help the two little fellows. Sure enough, as soon as the head attacked, a wave of powerful energy descended from the sky. In the end, it slammed against the head. Bang! Boom! The head was blasted over 10 kilometers away and crashed against the ground. As soon as it hit the ground in a huge area cracked apart like an earthquake was running through it. The head was quite stunned. Suddenly, another wave of energy descended and slammed against the head. Boom! The head was blasted over 10 kilometers away again. However, it wasn't the end of it. Another wave of energy descended from the sky. This time, the head shot up into the sky, and then a wave of powerful force swept out from within it. In an instant, the space throughout the sky shook violently and seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Qiongqi shook his head. Go on. Continue. A moment of silence ensued in the sky, and then numerous waves of powerful energy descended from the sky. They instantly arrived above the head. Boom! As soon as they came in contact with the energy emanated from the head, The head's energy was instantly obliterated before those waves of energy slammed against the head. Bang! The head crashed down from the sky, and it only took a moment for it to be smashed into the ground. Snowy gazed at Xiongqi and pointed at the head. It seemed like she was asking what the head was doing. Xiongqi glanced at Snowy and said, "He's defying the heavens." Snowy blinked and started waving her claws about. Xiongqi gazed at her for a long time and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Snowy was stunned speechless. Rumble. Suddenly, numerous explosions resounded from afar. The head was being blasted all over by waves of mysterious energy. It was because the head had actually tried to forcefully break through the space here, and that had clearly infuriated the primordial pagoda. The consequences of infuriating the primordial pagoda was very severe. In a secret room in the world outside, Lin Weiyang and the others stared at Yang Ye's figure on the screen without blinking at all. Ling Xiu slowly started to frown. What's going on? Why hasn't there been any movement from him? Su Mu was about to say something when Yang Ye's face started to warp. That wasn't all. Even his body started to tremble violently, as if he was enduring some sort of terrible pain. Ling Xiu's frown gradually vanished when she saw this, because that was a normal reaction. In the primordial pagoda, visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The torture was still going on. The primordial pagoda hadn't stopped, and wave after wave of powerful energy descended incessantly from the sky and slammed against the head. During this period, the head tried to fight back, but it was in vain. Moreover, the head actually started to turn ethereal under the primordial pagoda's incessant attacks. Meanwhile, Xiongqi said, "If I were you, I'd admit my mistakes." The head spoke ferociously. "Admit my mistakes? Besides the Lord Shaman King, who can make me admit my mistakes?" Another wave of powerful energy slammed down against the top of his head. Bang! He was slammed over 10 kilometers away. Xiongqi nodded. "You have backbone." Another 15 minutes later, the head suddenly flew up into the air. Right when Xiongqi thought the head was going to risk everything to fight back, he suddenly said, "Stop. That's enough. I admit my mistakes. I admit I was wrong." Xiongqi was stunned speechless. The sky gradually calmed down once the head finished speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared here. It was naturally not his main body but a clone. Yang Yi gazed at the head. "Hey, we meet again." The head's face instantly became extremely gloomy when he saw Yang Yi. "You wanted me to come inside from the beginning, and you only resisted so that I would come in here, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "Exactly." The head gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Very good. I didn't expect that I would be tricked by a child. Very good." He glanced at the surroundings and asked, "What is this place? Who attacked me just now?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I refuse to answer that." The head's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at Yang Yi for quite some time, and then he said, "Kid, no matter what this place is, let me go and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise—" Suddenly, Yang Yi shrugged and interrupted the head. "I think that you should adjust your mentality. Otherwise, we won't be able to communicate well." The head stared at Yang Yi. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Yi smiled. "It's very simple." The smile on Yang Ye's face suddenly vanished. "You should be thinking about how to stop me from killing you, or how to make me not want to kill you. That's what you should be thinking about right now. You want to kill me." A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the head's mouth. "Nothing in this universe can kill me. Even that sword in your grasp can't kill me." Yang Yi nodded. "I want to give it a try." Yang Yi waved his hand once he finished speaking. Bang! A powerful wave of energy slammed down against the head. Boom! The head was blasted over 10 kilometers away. However, that wasn't the end of it. Wave after wave of energy appeared in succession. Around 15 minutes later, the head's voice suddenly resounded. "Kid, stop. Make it stop. Let's discuss things. Let's discuss things." Xiongqi nodded. "You really do have backbone." Around half an hour later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes in the core of the mountain. As soon as he did, Lin Weiyang and the others had solemn expressions on their faces. Suddenly, Yang Yi took a deep breath and spoke fiercely. I'm finally free. Ha ha ha. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1786, The Five Clans' Worries. It didn't take long for Su Mu to appear before Yang Yi. Su Mu glanced at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi's eyes were bloodshot, and he had an insane expression on his face. It was obvious that he didn't look normal. Su Mu pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Congratulations." Yang Yi gazed at Su Mu with a hostile gaze, and there was undisguised killing intent in it. Su Mu seemed to have expected this and remained calm. "Do you plan to go back on your word?" Yang Yi gazed at Su Mu for a long time before he smiled. "I'm not a person like that. All right, from today onwards, I'll let bygones be bygones." He turned around and walked away. Suddenly, two women appeared in front of him. It was Lin Weiyang and Ling Shou. Yang Yi placed his hands behind his back and gazed at them with indifference. Lin Weiyang suddenly walked over to Yang Yi, looked him in the eyes, and said, "I sense your heartbeat is very quick. Why is that?" Yang Yi took a deep forward. They were just a palm's breadth away from each other. They could clearly smell each other at this point. Yang Yi gazed at her while a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "That's none of your business." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere here became tense. Ling Weiyang's gaze became icy cold. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly took a step back and shrugged. "What? You want to fight me? Come, do it. I wouldn't be going back on my word if you make the first move." "Attack?" Lin Weiyang grinned. "My secret sect doesn't go back on its word. So, please go ahead." Yang Yi chuckled, glanced at them, and asked, "Are you really not going to attack? Won't you regret it?" Lin Weiyang asked, "Do you want us to attack you that much?" Yang Yi took a step forward and said, "To be honest, I really do. However, I don't have time to waste on all of you." His figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, a moment of silence ensued, and then Ling Shou suddenly said, "I feel like something isn't right." Lin Weiyang slowly clenched her fists, and then she gazed at the direction Yang Yi left towards. She slowly relaxed her fists, while an arc curled up on the corners of her mouth. Interesting. After he left the core of the mountain, cold sweat appeared on Yang Yi's forehead. He had been quite worried earlier, because he wasn't that mysterious head. If they noticed that, it was very likely that they would attack him. But his current strength was utterly insufficient to fight them. Fortunately, they seemed to have not noticed. Yang Yi didn't stay in the secret sect. He left it as quickly as possible. Outside the secret sect, Yang Yi turned around and glanced at the boundless mountain range. He knew that this wasn't the end of this. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, turned around, and left. But he hadn't gone far before a few old men appeared before him. All of them were fourth-stage True Realm experts. They were quite familiar to Yang Yi, and it didn't take him long to recall their identities. One of them was from the Ying clan, and the others should be from the Wang and Lu clans. Yang Yi glanced at them and laughed coldly in his heart. They really haven't given up on killing me. Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the old man who led the group laughed coldly. "You really were in the secret sect. We thought you would leave." Yang Yi started walking slowly in their direction, and the old man chuckled. "We've been waiting for so long. Fortunately, you're finally here. So, today will be..." Suddenly, the old man stopped talking, because his body had stiffened, and then his throat split open. A moment later, a strand of blood sprayed out from there before his head tilted to the side and fell off his body. The others were shocked by this. They immediately gazed at Yang Yi, but Yang Yi was still walking. This horrified them, because they knew that it had definitely been Yang Yi, but they actually hadn't even been able to see how he did it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at one of the old men. That old man's expression changed drastically and intended to retreat, but his eyes suddenly opened wide, and disbelief filled them. A moment later, his throat split open, and the gap grew larger and larger. In the end, his head fell off his body. Pooh! Blood sprayed out like a fountain. The last two experts were stunned by this scene, and they turned around and fled. Flee. At this moment, the last bits of their mental defenses had crumbled completely. But they weren't able to even go 300 m away before a ray of light flashed by. A moment later, a head flew up into the air around 300 m away. After that, another ray of light flashed, and the other expert's head flew into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had stopped moving. Yang Yi gazed silently at the four heads before him. Actually, while it seemed to have been accomplished with such ease, every single attack he executed had been split-second, and they contained the energy of numerous laws. It could be said that every attack was his strongest. Actually, if he utilized his enlightened rank intent and the grand teleportation technique, then not to mention 4th stage True Realm experts, he had a very good chance to even kill a 6th stage True Realm expert. After all, he wasn't the same after the time he spent in the secret sect. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the surroundings, and vanished on the spot. Around 3 breaths of time after Yang Yi vanished, a group suddenly appeared where Yang Yi had been just a while ago. The group was led by the Ying clan's patriarch, Ying Qing, and the Wang, Lu, Qin, and Li clan's patriarchs were by his side. Besides that, there were 30 other True Realm experts behind them. Ying Qing and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces when they saw the heads floating here in space. They'd rushed over immediately upon receiving news that Yang Yi had left the secret sect, but they still were too late. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. All killed with a single strike. Lu Yuntian spoke solemnly. His strength has grown even stronger. The expressions of everyone here became unsightly when they heard this. Yang Yi had grown stronger. That was naturally not a good thing for them, because all of them knew that Yang Yi was an absolutely vengeful person, and he would definitely come for his revenge. Now, Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang had hidden the members of the Yang clan. In other words, they didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Once they came for revenge, they would be nightmares for them. A long period of silence surrounded their group, and then Ying Qing spoke abruptly. Do we have any information about the survivors of the Yang clan? Lu Yuntian shook his head. There was a huge teleportation formation below Fecta City, but it's a one-way teleportation formation. Moreover, it has been destroyed. So, we can't utilize it to find them. However, they should be within the borders of the medium universe. Ying Qing took a deep breath and glanced at the others. Everyone, at this point, I think all of you understand the situation that we're in. There's no room for reconciliation between us and the Yang clan. So, we must stay united. Otherwise, it's very likely for them to crush us one by one. The others nodded to display their agreement. Meanwhile, Ying Qing continued, from now onwards, all 5 of our clans will maintain contact and establish teleportation formations between us. The other 4 clans will support any clans that's being attacked. Lu Yuntian nodded. No problem. The others nodded in agreement as well. Ying Qing took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. At this moment, there was worry in his eyes. A short moment of silence later, Ying Qing suddenly said, from this moment onwards, summon back all the True Realm experts of your clans. If it's possible, ask your ancestors to leave their places of close-door cultivation as well. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The atmosphere here instantly became oppressive. A storm was approaching. In the starry sky, Yang Yi flew swiftly on his sword. He was like a shooting star that shot through the starry sky. After quite some time passed, Yang Yi arrived before a planet. As soon as he arrived there, a woman appeared before him. It was Yang Lianshuang. Yang Lianshuang said, I thought you were dead. Yang Yi shook his head. My life is pretty tough. It isn't that easy to kill me. Yang Lianshuang grinned. I think so too. Come, your wives and the others have been extremely worried about you. Yang Yi nodded. It didn't take long for him to arrive before an ancient city with Yang Lianshuang. She said as they stood outside the city, this city was built by a patriarch of our Yang clan a very, very long time ago. Only the patriarchs of the Yang clan knew about it. Then how did you find out? Yang Yi gazed at Yang Lianshuang. After all, she hadn't obtained the position of patriarch through ordinary means. Yang Xiao would have never told her about these secrets. She grinned and withdrew a seal, This is the token of identity possessed by the Yang clan's patriarch, and many secrets of our Yang clan are recorded within it. Yang Yi nodded. I see. Let's go. Yang Lianshuang nodded slightly, and then they entered the ancient city. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1787. Zhuangweiren's Strength. The Ancient City. The city wasn't huge. Or to be precise, it was very small. It was less than 30 kilometers wide, and there were very few people in it. Only some core figures of the Yang clan were here. Yang Lianshuang had only evacuated the core figures of the Yang clan. As for the others, she didn't have to bring them along, because the Ying clan and those other clans wouldn't act against ordinary people. It was completely meaningless. Moreover, those people were a world's foundation, and the Ying clan's coalition wouldn't destroy the foundation of the worlds they occupied. It was like how an emperor may be changed frequently, but the people are always the same. Because no matter who takes the throne, so long as that person has some brains, that person wouldn't act against the commoners. As soon as Yang Yi entered the city, two little fellows ran over to him. They were Lei Lin and Shuer. Yang Yi took them in his arm and gave them a huge kiss each. He smiled. Shuer, Lei Lin, did you miss me? Shuer quickly nodded. I did. Lei Lin nodded as well, but she didn't say anything. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he vanished on the spot with them in his arm. In a room, Su Qingshi and the others were here, but Zhuang Weiran wasn't here. Su Qingshi glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. You've grown stronger again. Yang Yi took her hand and nodded slightly. I was a little lucky, so I'm slightly stronger than before. What about all of you? How have you been? She replied softly. We've doing very well. Lianshuang is very good to us, but we were a little worried about you. However, it seems like our worries were unnecessary. Yang Yi pinched her hand gently, and then he gazed at Qin Xie, Lu Weiner, and the others. Do you regret being with me? They shook their heads, and Qin Xie spoke with slight displeasure. We're all a family, so why ask something like that? Yang Yi grinned. All right, I won't say things like that again. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi suddenly said, Right. Weiran is charging into the True Realm. The True Realm? Yang Yi was stunned. She's charging into the True Realm right now? Didn't she just attain the Zenith Realm? Su Qingshi nodded. Her natural talent is truly outstanding. She immediately attained the Zenith Realm upon arriving at the Milky Way system's medium universe. She doesn't seem like she can stop there. Yang Yi thought for a moment. Actually, it did make sense. Zhuang Weiran wasn't just a pretty face. She was someone the old man in a Taoist robe had thought highly of. Because of the scarcity of spirit energy, Shed stopped at the rebirth realm in the Merak system. Now, there weren't any restrictions like that here. So, based on her natural talent, it was very normal for her to attain the Zenith Realm and even the True Realm. It should be said that if she was born in the medium universe of the Milky Way system, she would probably be at the 5th stage of the True Realm at least. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Su Qingshi. Where is she? Su Qingshi replied, The cultivation rooms. I'll go take a look. Yang Yi vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. There were many cultivation rooms beneath the city, and they were specially made for the disciples of the Yang clan to cultivate in. In a cultivation room, a woman in a beautiful robe sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. Her hands were twisted together in a strange seal before her chest, and there was a black halberd on her right. It was Zhuang Weiran. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. You're here. A moment later, Yang Yi appeared in front of her. He squatted down in front of her and said, How did you know I'm here? Your aura. She gazed at him. I sensed your aura. Yang Yi chuckled and sized her up. It didn't take long for a wisp of surprise to flash through his eyes. You've attained the True Realm? She nodded. I just attained it not too long ago. She suddenly grabbed the halberd with her right hand. Let's spar? Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded, all right. A moment later, she stood up, and then her halberd slammed down in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. After all, Her strength once overwhelmed him. A sword appeared in his grasp, and then he flicked it upwards. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, an explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted 30 m away. Once he stopped himself, he gazed at his left hand. At this moment, it was trembling. She's strong. Yang Yi looked up at her. That's unrivaled strength. No, wait. It's a little different. Zhuang Weiran suddenly said. It's the brink version of unrivaled strength. Yang Yi was puzzled. The brink version? She nodded. It's still unrivaled strength, but it's at the brink when released. So, its strength multiplies. I see. Yang Yi nodded. He hadn't imagined that unrivaled strength could be used like this. Fight seriously. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, Don't hold back. Yang Yi nodded, and then he looked up at her. As soon as he did that, her expression changed because the tip of a sword had arrived before her forehead. Meanwhile, her head suddenly moved sideways and avoided the sword. At the same time, she tapped her right foot against the ground and floated over 10 m back. After that, she suddenly appeared above Yang Yi, and then the halberd slammed down like a mountain towards Yang Yi. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. He flipped his palm, and his sword stabbed upwards. Unrivaled strength. Head used unrivaled strength as well. Clang. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The sound of metal colliding resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted 30 m away. As soon as he stopped himself, Zhuang Weiran appeared in front of him, and then her halberd swept towards him. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself. Clang. Yang Yi was blasted over 60 m away. As soon as he stopped himself, Zhuang Weiran was about to attack again, but her pupils suddenly constricted. A moment later, a sword suddenly appeared just less than 10 centimeters away from her forehead. It was too fast and too sudden. However, she was no ordinary expert. Even though she was extremely shocked, her mind was very clear. At the instant the sword was about to stab her forehead, her body bent backwards like it had been broken at her waist, and it allowed her to avoid Yang Yi's attack. At the same time, he tapped her foot down and floated over 100 m away to create some distance between her and Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of her, and then a smile curled up on the corners of his lips while his sword slashed down at her. Zhuang Weiran's eyes narrowed slightly while a trace of seriousness appeared in them. She didn't dare act carelessly, and she took the halberd in both hands before raising it to defend herself. Clang! Their weapons shook violently upon coming into contact with each other, and then Zhuang Weiran was pushed over 100 m away. Her figure hadn't even stopped when Yang Yi soundlessly appeared behind her, and then a sword swept at her nape. Even though she was extremely shocked by Yang Yi's speed, she remained very calm. She stomped her right foot down and relied on the counterforce to spin on the spot. At the same time, she waved her halberd horizontally towards her back. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword suddenly changed its trajectory. It changed from a slash to a stab, and it stabbed against the halberd which swept towards Yang Yi. Clang! An explosion resounded. The sword and halberd shook violently, and then both of them were pushed backwards repeatedly. But they'd only been pushed back for a moment when they charged at each other again. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The entire underground room trembled violently before Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran split apart again. This time, they didn't attack each other again. Zhuang Weiran gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she spoke softly. I didn't expect you to be so strong. She paused for a moment and continued. You haven't used your full strength, right? Yang Yi nodded. He really hadn't. She wouldn't be able to endure his attacks if he used the grand teleportation technique and his intents. However, Zhuang Weiran's strength had really shocked him, because while she was only at the first stage of the True Realm, her combat strength was absolutely not inferior to a 5th stage True Realm expert. Zhuang Weiran shook her head when she saw Yang Yi nod. You really grow so quickly. Yang Yi walked over to her and said, I'm sure you're aware of the reason I've grown so quickly. I have that treasure. If you have it, you'll definitely grow much faster than me. Actually, it was all thanks to the primordial pagoda that he could improve his strength to its current level in such a short amount of time. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't have even been able to attain the true realm quickly, let alone the enlightened rank. Zhuang Weiran shook her head. Everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. Fortuitous encounters are one aspect, but hard work is more important. Even though that pagoda has helped you tremendously, your hard work played a huge role. Up until now, the suffering you've endured is definitely much greater than many have endured in their lifetimes. Yang Yi thought about the past, and then he shook his head and smiled. It was true. He really had suffered tremendously in the past, especially when he cultivated his body. It was truly a horrible experience. Yang Yi shook his head and gazed at Zhuang Weiran. He smiled. Let's not talk about all of this. Suddenly, Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran's expressions changed, and then they vanished within the cultivation room. It didn't take long for them to arrive in the sky above the city. At this moment, Yang Lianshuang was in the air as well, and she looked up into space with a solemn expression on her face. Yang Yi asked, "Has the Ying clan's coalition found us?" Yang Lianshuang shook her head. "It doesn't seem to be them." Yang Yi looked up into the starry sky above them. A point in space there was trembling slightly, and then the space there gradually cracked open. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1788, Schemes. It didn't take long for a woman with a huge saber to walk out slowly from the spatial rift. Her figure flashed over to Yang Yes Group, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. "Kid, long time no see." Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "I didn't expect it to be you." It was none other than the pig-riding young woman. He hadn't expected her to show herself here. The young woman smiled. "Are you surprised?" Yang Yi nodded. "Very surprised. How did you find me?" Yang Lianshuang gazed at her as well, because Yang Yes' question was the same question she wanted to ask. The pig-riding young woman revealed a mysterious smile. "Give it a guess." Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't have an answer." She smiled. "Remember the Worldman Stone that my older sister gave you?" The Worldman Stone. Yang Yi nodded. He naturally remembered it because it was his second dantian. However, as his cultivation grew higher, it wasn't really useful anymore. Meanwhile, she said, even though she gave it to you, she didn't sever the spiritual link between her and the Worldman Stone. So, she can sense it and thus know where you are. I see. Yang Yi grinned. He hadn't expected that it was the Worldman Stone that had exposed him. The pig-riding young woman suddenly asked, "You don't blame us, right?" Yang Yi was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" She replied, "Our pavilion master agreed to help you and go to the Yang clan with you, but we didn't go in the end." "Oh, that." Yang Yi chuckled. "It's not a big deal. Moreover, there's probably a reason why you didn't come, right?" Even though he didn't know the Nether Pavilion's master well, the Nether Pavilion's master didn't seem like one to go back on his word. The pig-riding young woman nodded. "We didn't come because we received news about Pavilion Master Xiao Xiya's whereabouts." Xiao Xiya. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Why do all of you want to search for her?" The pig-riding young woman fell silent for a moment and replied, "She's very important to all of us. Actually, she never wanted to establish the Nether Pavilion, and she merely took in orphans she met. However, as time passed, she took in more and more orphans. In the end, she just made the Nether Pavilion, and she made all of us treat her as our pavilion master so that no one will bully us in the future." She paused for a moment and continued, "But one day, she met someone, and that person allowed her to discover another side of the martial Tao. So, she made some arrangements and left. The reason we're looking for her is that we want to know if she's still alive or in the large universe. If she's up there, we'll go find her there. If she's dead, no, she is definitely not dead." Yang Yi said, "She's very important to all of you." The pig-riding young woman nodded. "Extremely important. I came to see you for two reasons. Firstly, it's because we know that you're not in a very good situation right now. So, our eldest sister asked us to help you while she heads to Heaven Pillar Mountain." "Us?" Yang Yi asked. "You're not the only one who has come?" Nether Maiden and the others are here too? The pig-riding young woman replied, yes. Besides our eldest sister, second sister, and third sister, everyone else is here. However, they didn't come in here. They're on the outside. Nether Maiden and the others are here. Yang Yi felt extremely happy, because had always treated them as good friends. Now that he heard they were here to help him, he was naturally happy. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something at this point, and then he sized up the pig-riding young woman, Air. The experts of this medium universe are much stronger than the experts in Merak's system. Your current strength, boom. Meanwhile, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from her, and it blasted Yang Yi around 100 m back. Yang Yi looked up at the pig-riding young woman, and a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. You are at the true realm. What the heck? You're actually at the true realm. What? She spoke with displeasure. Only you can be in the true realm? Yang Yi shook his head. No. I mean that it isn't possible to advance above the rebirth realm in Merak's system, right? She nodded in response. It's impossible in Merak's system, but not here. We didn't cultivate in Merak's system, we did it in the Milky Way system. Actually, it's all thanks to you. Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang suddenly spoke. In the past, the 8 clans would be aware if any power entered the medium universe. If I'm not wrong, the reason they were able to sneak in was that you threw the medium universe into chaos after you got here. The 8 clans haven't been able to pay attention to any other trivial matters lately. The pig-riding young woman glanced at Yang Lianshuang and nodded. Exactly. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. All of us sisters have extraordinary natural talent. Once we're not restricted anymore, wouldn't charging into higher realms of cultivation be as easy as pie? The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. As easy as pie. But it did make sense because all of them were extraordinary geniuses. If there were no limits placed upon them, then charging into higher realms of cultivation was extremely easy for them. There were countless monstrous geniuses in the boundless universe. Nether Maiden and the others were such geniuses. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the pig-riding young woman. You said that you're here for 2 reasons. What's the other reason? Heaven Pillar Mountain. She spoke solemnly. We want you to come to Heaven Pillar Mountain with us. Why? Yang Yi was puzzled. That woman in Sword Immortal City wanted him to go with her too, and they wanted the same. So, he was really puzzled by this. The pig-riding young woman spoke solemnly. Heaven Pillar Mountain links the medium universe with the large universe. It's a path to the large universe, and it's the only way to get there. However, only 2 types of people can ascend to the large universe. Yang Lianshuang suddenly spoke. One of them is people with heaven-defying strength. They can ascend there by force. According to my knowledge, in the tens of thousands of years that the medium universe has existed, only 8 people have accomplished that. They are the founders of the 8 clans. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi asked, what about the other type? Yang Lianshuang grinned. People like you. Yang Yi was even more puzzled. What do you mean? She explained. Actually, I just realized everything. If I'm not wrong, they're here because of the wooden sword in your possession. That wooden sword isn't from this medium universe. Yang Yi said, be a little more specific. Yang Lianshuang fell silent for a long time and said, Heaven Pillar Mountain is a very terrifying place, and it's the most terrifying place in our medium universe. The pig-riding young woman nodded. It's very terrifying indeed. Yang Yi shook his head. Stop beating around the bush, all right? Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Yi. If your father isn't dead and isn't in the large universe, then it's very likely for him to be in Heaven Pillar Mountain. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Because it's the hope of the 6th-stage true realm experts. Yang Lianshuang explained. The only way to ascend to the large universe is through Heaven Pillar Mountain. The barrier there weakens every 10 years. That's the best opportunity for them to ascend to the large universe. So, countless old geezers and little monsters are gathered there. For example, people like you who aren't at the 6th stage of the true realm but possess equivalent strength. She paused for a moment and continued. There aren't just local cultivators from the medium universe that reside there. There are other older cultivators and even ancient cultivators. They didn't ascend to the large universe when the barrier didn't exist. Now, there's a powerful barrier there, and those who created the barrier are clearly stronger than them. So, they have no choice but to wait until it weakens. Yang Yi was about to speak when Yang Lianshuang gazed at her. Those aren't even the most terrifying existences there. The most terrifying thing is that experts and demons from the large universe descend from time to time. Of course, most of them don't descend with their main bodies, but even if it's their clone, it's still extremely terrifying. For example, Qiong Qi, who's within you. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Lianshuang. Why do you know so much? Don't tell me it's because you're the Yang clan's patriarch. She rolled her eyes. I know so much because of the undying Black Phoenix. Do you know why she died? Yang Yi asked, why? Yang Lianshuang replied solemnly, because she failed to get through Heaven Pillar Mountain. Even she failed? Yang Yi was astounded. After all, it was an ancient divine beast, and it was one of the extremely formidable ones. Yang Lianshuang shook her head. Actually, she was too conceited, because she was injured when she attempted to get through there. Moreover, she didn't do it when the barrier was at its weakest. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded and asked, then why do you say that people like me can ascend to the large universe? The wooden sword. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman said, eldest sister has been to Heaven Pillar Mountain and gathered some information. A sword fell down from the large universe, and it pierced through the barrier. However, it vanished with a head. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, but now, there's news saying that the sword is in your possession, so you're in trouble now. Because many people in Heaven Pillar Mountain are looking for that sword. Or to be more precise, they're looking for you. So, eldest sister asked us to stay with you. Understand? The trouble I spoke about earlier isn't those clans but this. The secret sect. Yang Yi's expression became quite unsightly. Even an idiot would know that it was the secret sect that spread the news. The secret sect was scheming against him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1789. Alright. Well, fight one-on-one. The wooden sword. The wooden sword had been in the secret sect previously, so the secret sect didn't dare to announce its presence to the world. Or it should be said that it didn't want to. Because the secret sect could make deals with the experts in the large universe while it had the wooden sword, and it could obtain some unimaginable treasures. Their minds had been clouded by greed. In the end, the secret sect wanted to get rid of the trouble in its hands, but it was too late, because they hadn't expected the head to be so strong, and the wooden sword was sealed by the head instead. Now, the head had left the secret sect, and the wooden sword had left with it. So, announcing its presence to the world would allow the secret sect to use others to kill him. In other words, he was in big trouble, unless he handed over the wooden sword. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman said, now, experts from Heaven Pillar Mountain are rushing over, because they'll have a higher chance of success with the wooden sword in their possession. So, it's a temptation that they cannot resist. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, it's very troublesome indeed. The pig-riding young woman gazed at Yang Yi. What do you plan to do now? Hide? Yang Yi shook his head. I can't hide. Because if I do that, they'll definitely think of ways to find me. For example, the Yang clan. They can use the Yang clan to threaten me. Yang Lianshuang said, they won't be able to find us in a short amount of time. Yang Yi asked, but they'll find us sooner or later, right? Yang Lianshuang nodded. They're all peerless experts, and coupled with the fact that the Ying clan and the other clans are targeting us, they'll be able to find us even if they use the simplest method of searching every world in the medium universe. Even though ITLL exhausts a huge amount of time and energy, it's just a little to 6-stage true realm experts. Yang Yi smiled. So, I can't hide. Moreover, I can hide for a while, but I can't hide forever, right? The pig-riding young woman asked, so what do you plan to do? A ferocious smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I've always believed that only killing can put an end to killing. Yang Lianshuang suddenly said, I have to remind you that they aren't that easy to kill. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Then should I just hand the wooden sword over and beg them to let me go? Yang Lianshuang fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Everyone dies. I'm not afraid of them. As he spoke, he gazed at the two of them. Let's put that aside for now. I intend to make a big move. Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Yi. What do you mean? Yang Yi laughed coldly. The Ying clan and those other clans have been chasing after me for so long. How can I just let the matter rest? Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Yi. So? The cold smile on his face gradually turned ferocious. So, I intend to pay the Ying clan a visit. Yang Lianshuang nodded. I support that idea. Let's go. Yang Yi vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Zhuang Weiran, Yang Lianshuang, and the pig-riding young woman vanished on the spot with him. Heaven Desolation Continent. Heaven Desolation City. Even though Yang Yi had destroyed Heaven Desolation City in the past, it had been completely rebuilt. However, those words Yang Yi left behind were still on its walls. Ying Qing asked for it to be left there, and it was naturally so that the descendants of the Ying clan would be aware of the humiliation that the Ying clan suffered. Noon. OM. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded in the sky above the city, and then a ray of sword energy descended from the sky. It was extremely swift, and it instantly shot into the city. Boom! The city was immediately chopped into two. This sudden attack caused everyone in Heaven Desolation City to be shocked. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in the sky above the city. In clan. Embark. At this moment, everyone looked up into the sky, and a man in a green robe had suddenly appeared there. Yang Yi. It was Yang Yi. The expressions of countless became unsightly upon seeing Yang Yi. Yang Yi was naturally not an unfamiliar face to them because it was Yang Yi who had destroyed Heaven Desolation City a few times. Meanwhile, over 20 powerful auras shot up into the sky, and then Ying Qing's group appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. At this moment, Ying Qing's expression was extremely gloomy. He was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly raised his sword and swung it at the city below them. Hiss! A wave of sword energy tore through the air. Boom! Another huge ravine appeared in the city. Yang Yi looked up at Ying Qing. Didn't I tell you to stop repairing it? Ying Qing stared at Yang Yi, fell silent for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. At the same time, a powerful wave of aura slammed down at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't even hesitate to raise his sword and swing it. Bang! The aura was instantly dispersed, and Ying Qing was blasted over 1 kilometer away. The expressions of everyone here changed when they witnessed this scene. Ying Qing's expression had changed too. He looked up at Yang Yi, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. You're actually this strong now? He knew Yang Yi had grown stronger, but he hadn't imagined that Yang Yi would actually be this strong. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I'll be back. His figure shot up towards the starry sky once he finished speaking. Ying Qing was stunned, and then he said, Don't let him get away. Keep him busy for 100 breaths of time. The experts from the other clans will be here in 100 breaths of time. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot off in pursuit of Yang Yi. The other 21 experts of the Ying clan followed closely behind him. In the starry sky, Yang Yi suddenly stopped. As soon as he stopped, Ying Qing's group appeared in front of him. Ying Qing stared at Yang Yi. You think you can escape? You. Suddenly, the space before Yang Yi shook violently, and then a few women appeared in front of him. They were Zhuang Weiran, Yang Lianshuang, the pig-riding young woman, Oblivion Maiden, Nether Maiden, Shadow Maiden, Light Maiden, Ice Maiden, Boundary Maiden, and Resentment Maiden. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. All of them were at the True Realm. Ying Qing and the others' expressions changed at the sight of this. It was an ambush. Retreat. Ying Qing didn't hesitate to order a retreat. Meanwhile, the woman vanished on the spot, and then the space in a huge area shook violently. After that, an invisible barrier appeared there. Ying Qing and the others who were fleeing through space were stopped by the barrier. But right when they were about to destroy the barrier, reverse. A soft shout resounded. In an instant, the space and the surroundings started trembling, and then Ying Qing and the others' countenances turned pale. The vitality within them was escaping their bodies. Ingqing and the others gazed at Nether Maiden, and then Ingqing charged at her. Ice Seal. Suddenly, Ice Maiden took a step forward. In an instant, the space before her froze, and the frozen expanse of space only took an instant to expand to Ingqing's group. However, they were all 4th and 5th stage true realm experts, so they would naturally not be defeated that easily. However, it had stopped them from moving further forward. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman suddenly shot forward with her huge saber in hand. She transformed into a ray of light that slashed down at Ingqing. Everywhere she passed, space was instantly sliced into bits, and a huge spatial rift appeared in her wake. The spatial rift shook strangely before countless beams of black light erupted from it, and then they covered the surroundings as they enveloped Ingqing's group. Shadow Maiden. It was Shadow Maiden who was attacking. Just like that, Nether Maiden and the others entered into battle with Ingqing's group, and Yang Yi, Yang Lianshuang, and Zhuang Weiran still hadn't joined the battle. Yang Lianshuang suddenly asked, "They're all your friends?" Yang Yi nodded. "What do you think? They're strong, right?" She glanced at them and nodded. "Why are all your friends female?" Yang Yi's face stiffened, but it didn't take long for him to relax, and then he gazed at her. "I'm handsome. That's a good reason, right?" Yang Lianshuang's eyelids twitched slightly. She was about to say something when Yang Yi suddenly spoke. "Let's join the battle. Let's strive to deal with them before the experts from the other clans arrive." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang gazed at Zhuang Weiran. Was his skin always this thick? Zhuang Weiran thought for a moment and replied, "It has never been any other way." She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Yang Lianshuang shrugged, and then she charged at Ingqing's group. Even though Yang Yi's group only consisted of 11 experts, Ingqing's group was completely suppressed since the battle began. Especially after Yang Yi joined the battle, they instantly lost 3 true realm experts. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded. In an instant, the invisible barrier in the surroundings shattered. At the same time, an old man appeared here. After that, a powerful aura instantly blasted Nether Maiden and the others 300 m away. A 6th-stage true realm expert. Ingyu. It was one of the Ing clan's ancestors. Ingyu, you're finally here? A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I thought you'd only show yourself after all of them are dead. Ing Yi's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. What? You want to kill me? Yang Yi nodded. Can I? Ing Yu looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Why don't you give it a try? Yang Yi smiled. One-on-one? The one who seeks help is the other's grandson. Ing Yu nodded. All right, one-on-one. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1790, Full Force. One-on-one. One-on-one against a 6th-stage true realm expert. Yang Yi wasn't nervous at all, and he was quite excited instead, because he wanted to see if his current strength was sufficient to kill a 6th-stage true realm expert. Yang Yi gazed at Ingqing's group. They glanced coldly at him, and then gazed at Ingyu. Ingyu waved his hand, and the others moved over 10 kilometers back. Be careful. Yang Lianshuang led the others away once she finished speaking. Only Yang Yi and Ingyu remained here. They exchanged glances in midair, and then Yang Yi vanished on the spot. He was in front of Ingyu when he appeared again. At the same time, a sword stabbed towards Ingye's forehead. It was extremely fast. Ingqing and the others were merely able to sense it yet couldn't see its movements. Even though they couldn't see it, Ingyu could. 2 fingers clamped down on the sword when it arrived around a finger away from Ingye's forehead. Ingyu gazed at Yang Yi. It's slightly faster than before, but it's still. Suddenly, Yang Yi twisted the sword. At this moment, Ingye's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly released the sword. Meanwhile, the sword stabbed forward towards his face. Ingyu didn't dare act carelessly and immediately slapped his right palm against Yang Yi's sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both of them were blasted back repeatedly. Yang Yi was pushed over 300 m back while Ying Yu was pushed less than 150 m back. Yang Yi was at a disadvantage in this collision. However, Ying Yu's expression gradually became solemn. Yang Yi was only at the first stage of the true realm, while he was at the sixth stage of the true realm. It wasn't exaggerated to call the gap between them a chasm. However, he felt powerless against Yang Yi. If Yang Yi attained the sixth stage of the true realm, how strong would Yang Yi be? Ying Yu had a complicated expression on his face when he thought of that. He glanced at Yang Yi. If it was possible, he would never allow the Ying clan to become enemies with the Yang clan, because this enemy before him had aroused fear in him. Unfortunately, it was too late now. He restrained his thoughts and slowly clenched his right fist. A moment later, Ying Yu stretched it forward and made a grasping motion in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi's expression changed, and then the space around him suddenly exploded apart. The powerful force of the explosion caused Yang Yi's figure to tremble. At the same time, a huge energy fist arrived before him. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly, and he raised his sword and swung it. Bang! The huge fist instantly cracked apart, but Yang Yi was blasted 300 m away. As soon as he stopped himself, the space around him collapsed again. Right when he was about to use the laws of darkness within the black hole, a black shadow arrived in front of him, and then a wave of powerful energy slammed at him. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away again. Yang Lianshuang and the others' faces fell at the sight of this. As soon as Yang Yi stopped himself, Ying Yu's voice resounded again, modify. The space around Yang Yi suddenly trembled, and then it started warping and spinning. At the same time, a wave of invisible force coiled around Yang Yi like a chain. At the instant the force bound him, Yang Yi felt uncomfortable throughout his body. It was like his internal organs were about to be crushed into bits. Yang Yi didn't dare hold back. Bang! A wave of powerful intent suddenly swept out from Yang Yi, and then the space around him instantly collapsed. At the same time, the chains around him were obliterated. Enlightened rank sword intent. The expressions of everyone here changed, especially Ying Yu. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. The enlightened rank. Your sword intent has actually attained the enlightened rank. How can this be possible? Yang Yi glanced at Ying Yu and remained silent. A moment later, he vanished on the spot, and a speck of light suddenly appeared in front of Ying Yu. Split second that was enhanced by sword intent. Ying Yu's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare act carelessly, so he overlapped his palms and slammed them forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then Ying Yu was blasted over 1 kilometer back. Ying Qing and the others' expressions became extremely unsightly. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to be that strong, and to the point that he could even blast away a 6th-stage true realm expert. At this moment, even Ying Qing felt regretful. He regretted choosing to become enemies with the Yang clan and Yang Yi for a little gain. That decision had already made the Ying clan pay a terrible price, and now it seemed like that price wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden and the others exchanged glances. In the end, she shook her head slightly and spoke softly. That fellow has actually become so strong. Actually, Ying Yu and the mothers weren't the only ones who were shocked. Even Nether Maiden, Yang Lianshuang, and the others were shocked too, because they too had never expected Yang Yi to be that strong. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Ying Yu. At the moment he vanished, a long spatial rift appeared in front of Ying Yu. Bang! Meanwhile, rumbling resounded, and then Ying Yu was blasted over 1 kilometer away again. However, he hadn't even stopped himself before Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that arrived in front of him. The powerful sword energy Yang Yi emanated minced open the space in Yang Yi's path. Yang Yi's sword hadn't even arrived before him, but the powerful energy contained within Yang Yi's heart made Ying Yi's heart palpitate with fear. Ying Yu didn't dare act carelessly at all. His profound energy surged madly, and then he waved his hands. In an instant, countless powerful beams of light surged out explosively from within him, and they instantly enveloped Yang Yi's sword energy. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. However, It only took an instant for those beams of light to be sliced into pieces, and then Yang Ye's sword arrived before Yu. It was extremely swift and impossible to dodge. At the critical moment, Yu forcefully moved his body to the side and vanished on the spot. However, his right arm wasn't able to leave with him. A bloody arm slowly descended from midair. At this moment, Qing and the others' expressions grew even more unsightly. After he stopped, Yu glanced at his right arm. There was nothing there. He fell silent for a moment, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. Good. Very good. Geniuses truly do appear in every generation. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly started floating up slowly, and his expression started growing fiercer. Using an ultimate move? Yang Yi looked up at Yu, while the last remaining profound energy within him started to circulate. He didn't underestimate Yu. Even though Head severed one of Yu's arms, he didn't underestimate Yu at all, nor did he dare to underestimate Yu. Ye's aura suddenly rose explosively, and as it grew greater and greater, the space in a huge area started to tremble. It was like an earthquake surging through space. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and spoke fiercely, "Heaven reflection palm." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. After that, the space around Yang Yi suddenly started to tremble, and then countless energy palms flashed out from the space around Yang Yi before slamming down at Yang Yi in succession. In just an instant, Yang Yi was enveloped by them. But it only took a moment for rays of sword energy to shoot up into the sky, and they ceaselessly sliced through everything in the surroundings. Bang, 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 bang. Loud explosions resounded incessantly. At this moment, Qing, Yang Lianshuang, and the others had moved extremely far back. They were staring towards the distance without blinking. There were countless energy palms flashing out incessantly from the space there, and they simply seemed endless. Under such circumstances, the sword energy was growing fewer and fewer in number. They weren't just growing fewer in number, they were growing darker. Yang Lianshuang and the others slowly clenched their fists when they witnessed this. Suddenly, a furious shout resounded. It was Yang Ye's voice. After that, 6 black rays of light shot up into the air, and then the rays of light started to circle the air above Yang Yi. An instant later, they crisscrossed and sliced through the area around him. Hiss, 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 hiss. The space in a huge area around Yang Yi was sliced into pieces by the 6 rays of light, and those energy palms were sliced up as well. Around 10 breaths of time later, the surroundings gradually fell quiet. Yang Yi and Ye's figures appeared within everyone's fields of vision. At this moment, Yang Ye's countenance was pale, and there was a wisp of extremely striking scarlet red on the corner of his mouth. Besides that, the chest area of his clothes had turned blood red. Moreover, there was a palm print at the center of his chest, and it was extremely deep, causing his chest to seem like it had caved in. Ye's state wasn't much better. His left arm was gone. Moreover, his entire body was covered in injuries. Yang Yi and Ye's eyes met for a few moments, and then Yu suddenly said, "His profound energy has been exhausted. You can attack now." As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the surroundings trembled, and then 70 people appeared. The leader of the group was the Liu clan's patriarch, Liu Yuntian, and the Li clan, Wang clan, and Qing clan's patriarchs were by his side. The 5 clans were here in full force. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden and the others flashed over to Yang Ye's side and surrounded him. The battle was about to erupt at any moment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.